audience, please be seated. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. Greetings and blessing are always to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Peace be upon him. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all the audience who have attended in Merak Room JCC, and all the participants who are rejoin us on Zoom and YouTube channel. Welcome to the event of 4th International Hajj Conference on 9th Indonesia Sharia Economic Festival 2022, the digitalization and inclusivity of Hajj ecosystem. I'm Megan Ophelia, and I will be your host for today's event. Good morning and welcome the Honorable Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia, Bapak Doni Primanto Juwono. Good morning, Chairman of Executive Board of BPKH, Bapak Anggito Abimanyu. Director General of Hajj and Umroh Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Hilman Latif. Chairman of NAHKON, National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, Mr. Al-Haji Zikrullah Kunle Hasan, and also all delegation of NAHKON. Director of Islamic Economic and Finance Department Bank Indonesia, Ibu Ita Rulina, and distinguished speakers and moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this conference is to discuss the digitalization and inclusivity aspect of Hajj ecosystem, which includes the procedures, the benefit, and also the challenge, and other potential area in Hajj ecosystem. It is expected this International Hajj Conference will serve as a platform of discussion between the various relevant stakeholders. So without further ado, let us start the event by listening and welcome Chairman of Executive Board of BPKH, Bapak Anggito Abimanyu, to deliver the opening remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Innal hamdalillah sholatu wassalamu ala anbiya'il mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in amma ba'du. Yang kami hormati the distinguished honorable host Pak Doni Primanto Juwono, the Deputy Governor of St. Bank. Please big applause to Pak Doni who's attending this meeting. Brother Al-Haji Zikrullah Kunle Hasan, and all the Nigerian delegation. Can all the Nigerian delegations to stand up so people can see it? Thank you so much. Bapak Hilman Latif, thank you so much. Good friend of mine who's now the DG Hajj and Umrah, Ministry of Religious Affairs, government officials, Hajj and Umrah regulators, operators, experts, academics, researchers in the area of Islamic finance, CEO of the Indonesian Sharia Bank, investment managers, my board BPKH colleagues, staff, brothers and sisters. Special guest to Professor Laude Kamaluddin, who's the rector of President OIGI. I will tell you what it is later on. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's have a minute silence and dua to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, particularly for hundreds of victims who passed away in Kanjuruhan Football Stadium tragedy, Malang District, East Java Province. Berdoa, kita mulai. Thank you so much. On behalf of PPKH, the Indonesian Hajj Management Agency, I would like to thank Bank Indonesia, who has been organized this, the fourth International Hajj Conference in the middle of the 9th ISEF meetings held here in GCC, Jakarta. The vision of the 2022 ISEF is Recover Together, Recover Stronger, optimizing Sharia economy and finance for inclusive recovery. This vision places ISEF as an icon of Sharia economy and finance, CSEF, the development for various aspects, including Hajj and Umrah services, both in national and global levels. Today, BPKH, in conjunction with Bank Indonesia, organizes this fourth international conference focusing on inclusivity and the development of digitalization of Hajj and Umrah services. Topics to be discussed today, first is the inclusivity and digitalization at the high level policy, and second, the practical application of Hajj and Umrah digitalization. Let me highlight why inclusivity and the digitalization of Hajj Umrah services is important issues. First, being one of the 5 pillars of Islam, Hajj mission should gradually improve the quality of services. The quality of services in Hajj and Umrah are including ritual aspects, teaching and trainings, and also facilities such as airplane, hotel, catering, which provided by technology and information. Second, the important to discuss how Hajj and Umrah inclusivity and practice. The fact that the service covers wide range of issues outside religion's aspect, including providing visa, security, the tourism aspect, logistic, health, technology, business, finance. Therefore, Hajj and Umrah must be inclusive by providing equal access for people who might otherwise excluded. Third, digitalization in Hajj and Umrah should serve the need to address this issue of inclusivity. The digitalization in Hajj and Umrah in global platform, which is connected to all countries around the world, should be accessible to people. Every Hajj mission should establish digital system that links the operation, services, and finance. Your Excellencies, Deputy Governor, brothers and sisters, this conference begins by discussing the digitalization and inclusivity of Hajj ecosystem in the government level. Later, we will be discussing the issue related to Hajj and Umrah digitalization and practical for Hajj and Umrah operation and Hajj mission, financial institutions, and the tour operators. We are fortunate today, Alhamdulillah, to hear the opening remarks by my good friend, Pak Doni Primanto Yuwono, and which will be represented Bank Indonesia. And we are also fortunate to have many knowledgeable speakers who will deliver their remarks during the conference, including, of course, my good friend, Pak Hilman Latif, the DG Hajj and Umrah, Mr. Al-Haji Zikrullah Kunle Hasan. Terima kasih, thank you so much, Bapak, for coming such a long distance from Abuja, Nigeria, Chairman of National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, Mr. A.P. Abdullah Kuti, Chairman of Hajj Committee of India, Bapak Saiful Mujab, the Director of Domestic Hajj Service, Minister of Religious Affairs, Bapak Beni Wicaksono, Executive Board of Member of BPKH, and several private representatives, Mr. Shakir Ahmed Hamid Al-Hutali, Bapak Permana, the President Director of Bank Muamalat, who also here, Bapak Koko Catur Rahmadi, Director of Business Bank Jateng Banten Syariah, Bapak Muharram Ahmad, the General Secretary Forum Sadhu, Hajj and Umrah Travel Association Gathering Forum. From their perspective, then I'm very much looking forward to hear their updates, views, and input. Our agency, BPKH, is agency that manages Indonesian Hajj Fund directly under the supervision of the President, Indonesian President. Indonesian Hajj Mission, the Ministry of Religious Affairs, and BPKH is in the process to fully digitalize our service and business process in Hajj operation and Hajj finance. Today, we will be signing a signing ceremony on a letter of intent cooperation between BPKH and NAHCON on various future activities related to Hajj operation and Hajj fund. Today, BPKH and Minister of Religious Affairs, Director General and Hajj Umroh, we will be launching a mobile system, IKSAN, an integrated real-time digital application and for Hajj and Hajj finance in Indonesia. Today also, in order to support the digital talent, BPKH will also getting an institutional support from Universitas Insan Cita Indonesia, a leading digital university in Indonesia. We are delighted, just give a big applause. We are delighted to have signed an MOU with this university today as well on that matters. In closing, let me underline the importance of this conference to share a lesson learned. During Hajj conference and the ISEF meeting, participants could kindly share stories, experience, and challenges to improve the inclusivity through to digitalize our Hajj and Umrah operation. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless us, accept our du'as, forgive our sins, multiply our hasanah, grant us good health, knowledge, effort, and togetherness to serve our Muslim. On behalf of the Indonesian BPKH, both supervisory board and the executive board, again, I welcome all participants. We all we all hope to have a pleasant conference. I look forward to having an active discussion and producing a fruitful conference to the benefit of our beloved Hujat and Muslim around the world. May Allah bless us. Nasu minallah fatun karib wa bashiril mu'minin fastabirul khairat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Check. Thank you, Pak Anggito, for delivering insightful opening remarks. Pak Anggito, please stay on stage because we will now continue with the signing of letter of intent or LOI between BPKH and National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, and also Memorandum of Understanding between BPKH and Insan Cita University of Indonesia. So I would like to invite Chairman of the Executive Board of BPKH, and also Mr. Al-Haji Zikrullah Kunle Hasan as Chairman of National Hajj Commission of Nigeria. And I would like to invite Professor Laode Kamaluddin, MSc MN, and also Rector of Insan Cita Indonesia University to come to the stage. Gentlemen, you may signing the LOI and the MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing the signing of the LOI between BPKH and NAHCON, and also with Insan Cita Indonesia University. Wait for the photo session first. Okay. Please give a round of applause for the signing of the LOI and the MOU. Thank you very much. You may all be seated. Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah. We have witnessed the signing of the LOI between BPKH and NAHCON. Hopefully, the LOI will increase cooperation between BPKH and NAHCON to optimize the benefit of Hajj fund management and quality of services to Indonesian and Nigerian pilgrims. We also have witnessed the signing of Memorandum of Understanding between BPKH and Insan Cita Indonesia University to increase the cooperation in digitalization for both parties. Ladies and gentlemen, now, in a moment, we will witness the mobile BPKH VA Informasi Keuangan Haji application launching. This application is BPKH mobile application that can be accessed by the pilgrims and public to increase the transparency and accountability of Hajj fund management. In this application, we can find informations such as Hajj fund management, Hajj fund instrument, number of pilgrims registration, and also virtual account. And we will launch the application in 3, 2, 1. Please give a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so honored to have Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia, Bapak Doni Primanto Juwono, who will deliver the keynote speech this morning. Bapak Doni Primanto Juwono, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang kami hormati Honorable Dr. Anggito Abimanyu, Chairman of Executive Board of BPKH, Professor Hilman Latif, Director General of Haji and Umroh, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Al-Haji Zikrullah Kunle Hasan, Chairman National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, and all Nigerian delegation, Mr. Abdullah Kuti, Chairman of the Hajj Committee of India, prominent speaker and all participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of us. First of all, let us praise Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, His blessing and mercy, so we can gather in this remarkable roundtable discussion in good health. May peace and blessing always be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has brought us out of the dark ages into the light. It is both a pleasure and honor for me to be here today among prominent speaker, the Islamic finance and Hajj industry. Let me first thank you, Pak Anggito, to our respected partner for this event, Badan Pengelola Keuangan Haji, or BPKH, for providing excellent support to success of this event. In the middle, Bank Indonesia annual flagship event, Indonesia Syariah Economic Festival, or we call the ISEF. Distinguished speaker and ladies and gentlemen, in past decade, we have witnessed the wave of digitalization and its diffusion into our life. Digital technology has developed exponential pace since the introduction of the wireless in 90. and the internet began used widely in early 2000. Those development in turn has changed the interaction and behavior between economic agent, the economic and financial activity heading toward a new model that's no longer to what we have already perceived. Against the backdrop of rapid digital transformation in our daily life, this international conference strategic platform to enhance our common understanding on how we benefit from digitalization further develop Islamic economic through Hajj industry development. And so we believe that this international conference is timely and relevant to discuss digitalization initiative and Hajj industry in relation with the inclusivity. This morning, I would like to deliver 3 key messages regarding the importance of harnessing digitalization for Hajj industry development. First, conducive Islamic economic ecosystem development and resilient Islamic financial industry have supported Hajj industry development. Based on the Global Islamic Economic Report 2022, the global Muslim spending is estimated around $2 trillion in 2022, reflecting 8.9% year-on-year growth compared to 2021, suggesting recovery of the global Islamic economic post-COVID-19 pandemic. Meanwhile, Muslim tourism is estimated to grow 50% in 2022, $154 trillion, or contribute at least 5% in 2022 to global Muslim spending, which also supported by the Hajj and Umrah segment. Second, digitalization enhanced the efficiency for Hajj efficiency management that need cooperation among Muslim countries. Hajj ecosystem has embraced the digital transformation as the Kingdom of the Saudi Arabia is currently, like Dr. Anggito mentioned, developing a digital registration system for the pilgrim who want to perform Hajj. This will bring a change in the way of the registration procedure that pilgrim need to take respected Muslim country. Hence, Hajj authority and respective Muslim country need to cooperate with the Saudi Arabia how to develop the digital platform that can be seamless and convenient for the pilgrim across generation. And the third, inclusivity of financial services in digitalization is also important for the Hajj ecosystem development. Bank Indonesia now has launched, we call the Quick Response Code Indonesian Standard, we call the CRIS, in 2019. One of the major initiatives to expand CRIS. Currently, CRIS services can be operates beyond the jurisdiction border. The initiative link cross-border payment through the interconnection of the national QR code between other countries. This represents another milestone of the Indonesian payment system blueprint 2025. Bank Indonesia now recognizes the significance of the cross-border payment system linkages, and has continuously pursued such initiative. Cross-border QR is one of the collaborative initiatives to build standardization of settlement infrastructure for the cross-border trade, remittance, retail payment system, and capital market. Cross-border provides more option for user in the cross-border payment space and serve as the key to improve transaction efficiency, support the digitalization of the trade and investment, and maintain macroeconomic stability by promoting more extensive use of the local currency settlement framework. While currently QR code cross-border can be used in Thailand and next Malaysia and then Singapore in the future, and Bank Indonesia consider to develop QR cross-border payment with the Saudi Central Bank in order to make pilgrim easier to do economic transaction while performing Umrah and Hajj. To conclude, Bank Indonesia would like to point out our effort to fully support Hajj industry for further development Islamic economy ecosystem in the midst of the ongoing global economy recovery. I also urge the international cooperation to always collaborate and come up with the practical and innovative solution to cater the economic and financial need of the Ummah. I believe that all we be our legacy as part to foster sustainability in the economic development to deliver more prosperity in our economy. Finally, please allow me to express my sincere appreciation to all committee, event organizer, and parties for arranging this international conference. My appreciation and sincere gratitude also to distinguished speakers for their willingness to share their expertise and knowledge for the spirit to develop Hajj industry. May Allah Almighty bestow us the strength and patience to persevere in fulfilling our duty for a better future. Thank you very much. I wish you all successful and fruitful deliberation and today discussion. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Doni, for giving insightful keynote speech, and please stay on stage. And I would like to invite to the stage for the photo session, Bapak Anggito Abimanyu as Chairman of Executive Board BPKH, and all the speakers, Professor Hilman Latif, Director General of Hajj and Umrah, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Al-Haji Zikrullah Kunle Hasan as Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, Dr. Beni Wicaksono, Executive Board Member of BPKH, Ahmad K. Permana, CEO of Bank Muamalat Indonesia. Please take off the mask for the photo session. Three, two, one, cheers. Smile. Okay. Thank you very much all. You may all be seated and continue the agenda. Thank you very much, Bapak Doni, Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia, for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, let us see together the company profile of BPKH.
Diawali dengan nama Allah yang Maha Pengasih dan Maha Penyayang. Badan Pengelola Keuangan Haji BPKH adalah lembaga yang bertugas untuk merasionalisasikan biaya penyelenggaraan ibadah haji.
Dan pelaksana pada pengelolaan keuangan haji bersedia saudara-saudara yang bersumpah menurut agama Islam.
Berdiri sejak 2017, BPKH hadir dengan penuh amanah untuk tetap teguh menjaga kepercayaan umat. Didukung oleh SDM yang profesional, BPKH memiliki nilai-nilai yang selalu dijunjung tinggi. BPKH mengelola dengan asas prinsip syariah, prinsip kehati-hatian, manfaat, nirlaba, transparan, dan akuntabel. BPKH senantiasa berusaha untuk menjadi lembaga pengelola keuangan terpercaya yang memberikan nilai manfaat optimal bagi jemaah haji dan kemaslahatan umat. BPKH mengembalikan nilai manfaat kepada umat untuk merasionalkan biaya penyelenggaraan haji. Dengan teknologi dan inovasi tiada henti, BPKH terus memberikan yang terbaik untuk memegang teguh komitmen dan tanggung jawab dalam memberikan manfaat atas dana haji.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now we are about to start our panel discussion, the first session. But before that, allow me to read the profile of our first moderator, Mrs. Kania Sutisnawinata. Mrs. Kania Sutisnawinata is an assistant to CEO Media Group Network MGN, CEO PT Citra Multimedia Indonesia atau medcom.id 2020 until 2022, Deputy Editor-in-Chief and Senior Anchor PT Media Televisi Indonesia, Metro TV, and Vice President of Corporate Communication and CSR PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia, 2015 until 2017. I would like to invite Mrs. Kania Sutisnawinata to come to the stage and lead the discussion. And also I would like to invite all the panelists, Professor Hilman Latif, Director General of Hajj and Umrah, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Al-Haji Zikrullah Kunle Hasan as Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, National Hajj Commission of Nigeria. Dr. Beni Wicaksono, Executive Board Member of BPKH. And Ahmad K. Permana as CEO of Bank Muamalat Indonesia. Mrs. Kania Sutisnawinata, the time is yours.
Very well, thank you very much for that kind introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all distinguished and honorable guests joining us here and also through our virtual platforms. A very special welcome, of course, to our panelists joining us in this session. all government officials, regulators, as well as financial and also business practitioners present with us in this room, and all distinguished delegates and audiences. Thank you again for joining us in this very first session, where in the next hour or so we'll be discussing digitalization and inclusivity in Hajj ecosystem as our main topic. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, post-COVID, we are seeing how digital transformation are impacting many sectors in our society, including the Hajj ecosystem. As was mentioned earlier, again and again, as an example, is how the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is currently developing a digital registration system for pilgrims to perform Hajj, which will bring about change in the way registration procedures will be administered. And in Indonesia, BPKH, as the institution that manages the Indonesian Hajj Fund, has also applied digitalization in the Hajj fund management, promoting accountability of the Hajj fund management. It is believed that the advancement of a technology through digitalization will improve services and in the end benefit the people the most and make it, of course, more accessible, more inclusive for everyone. So to talk more about their perspective and also experiences as well as expertise to give us an overview of how digitalization have impacted the Hajj ecosystem, as well as discuss perhaps benefits and also challenges, and as well as potential areas of cooperation. Again, I'd like to introduce one by one our distinguished panelists joining me on stage right now. Next to me is Professor Hilman Latif, Director General of Hajj and Umrah, Ministry of Religious Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia. Welcome, Professor Hilman. Thank you again for joining us. And we also have Mr. Al-Haji Zikrullah Kunle Hassan, Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Beni Wicaksono, Executive Board Member of the Hajj Fund Management Agency. Pak Beni, apa kabar? Thank you so much for joining us. And last but not least is Mr. Ahmad K. Permana, CEO of Bank Muamalat Indonesia. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in this very, very distinguished panelist. I'm going to go to Professor Hilman first. I'm just going to jump straight to the point. How ready is Indonesia in applying digitalization throughout the Hajj ecosystem, and what has been some of the policies that have been formulated to make that transition easier and more effective?
Thank you, Hania. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests and speakers. Very big questions. And of course, the Ministry of Religious Affairs, who is responsible for managing Hajj according to the Indonesian law, has started the utilization of the digital framework to manage Hajj. At least when Indonesia witnessed the transformations or the shift from the shift in management from a direct offer into queuing system. So the enthusiasm of Indonesian Muslims to perform Hajj to Saudi increased all the time, almost every year, with the exception that during the pandemic.
Yeah. You're managing about 200,000?
And we are managing 5 to 5.2 million pilgrims or potential pilgrims, whose every year will be departing to Saudi for about 200,000. So because of these situations, the enthusiasm of Indonesian Muslims to perform Hajj, the long queue, and therefore the utilization of digital framework is unavoidable for us. And we have started the utilization of some platforms such as Cisco Patuh, an integrated Hajj platform in the Ministry of Religious Affairs. We have also Haji Pintar, okay, to be more familiar for the Hajj, the pilgrims, and Umroh as well as some other platform for the companies, Cisco Patu. We have 1,800 Hajj companies in Indonesia, 5.2 million people who are in the long queue, and annually we have to send 200,000 people, and therefore we use, of course, digital platform. Why digital platform? It is necessary for us not only to manage the people, but also at the same time to, let's say, create or project a sustained and a just policy, including financially. And this is at the end of BPKH. And therefore we combine our system. Cisco Hajj belongs to the Ministry of Religious Affairs, and the one belongs to BPKH. That's the situation. And the second one, we are attempting to envision the future of Hajj, of course. We have to imagine in the next 10 and 20 years what's going on with the Hajj event, okay? Just we suddenly faced a very challenging situation in recent times, an unimaginable context to compare with what happened 10 or 15 years ago. And therefore, it is necessary for us to imagine the next 10 and 20 years, what kind of management to be applied for Hajj and Umrah. Otherwise, of course, we will face a great deal of difficulties in managing people as well as in managing Hajj fund. And I would like to thank BPKH for great system available, including what mentioned by Mr. Chairman Pak Anggito about the Ihsan. I used to have access to Ihsan. However, few weeks ago, I think my password couldn't work again. But this is interesting. Without this, I believe Indonesia will be struggling in the future how to resolve the problems emerged from the Hajj and Umrah business. And the last one I would like to address is that digital system is needed but not applied yet for creating a new Hajj economic ecosystem, which is very needed in recent time. The inclusivity of Hajj, in my view, is the inclusions of many parties, including private companies. I saw here many leaders of Hajj companies, UMKM, micro and medium, corporations, including the exporters from Indonesia, the importers from Saudi. So the connections, how to bring more parties in the Hajj system is necessary, and I believe we need also a strong platform for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Can you elaborate further when we talk about the kind of ecosystem that you would like to develop further? Where are the areas of cooperation that are still available right now, do you think, to improve the ecosystem, the Hajj ecosystem in particular?
Well, actually, many parties in Indonesia, BPKH, the Ministry of Religious Affairs, and some companies are working together or have been working together to ensure that Hajj and Umrah business can sustain. Okay. So far, we from the Ministry of Religious Affairs try to provide, open and suitable regulations for the Umrah companies or Hajj companies in order to support their rules, okay, in the economy, to make better partnership and equal partnership between Indonesian companies and the Saudi companies, okay, for travel and Hajj companies, as well as we encourage private sectors in other fields, including in the provision of groceries for the Hajj and for the Umrah pilgrims, in Saudi. As you know, a few days ago, our team went to East Java, okay, to observe what kind of fish, okay, that's suitable for our pilgrims and feasible to be exported to Saudi for the next session, okay. And tomorrow we will also will go to East Java to Sidoarjo to observe and identify a possible products for the next session. In my view, Hajj belongs to the Ummah, belongs to Muslim society, belongs to the Muslim communities, and therefore should give benefits to Muslim communities, and should also give maslahatul ammah, the public good, the common good for the Muslim community. Once we do not provide an open platform for the private companies in Indonesia, well, in my view, this Hajj event will be very exclusive, belong to certain groups and managed by certain group of people. Because if we look at the spirits of Al-Hajj 28, what is the function of Hajj? What is the function of Umrah? According to Al-Hajj 28 is to give the benefit. So the Muslim witness the benefit spiritually, okay, culturally for the brotherhood, okay, economically for tijara, and socially. And that's things are necessary to be redesigned in the near future. Otherwise, Indonesians just probably in other countries also some delegation from Nigeria just witnessed that many Muslim obtained Hajj degree, but they do not witness the benefit socially and economically. That's the things that I believe the ecosystem needs to be created in the future. That's my point.
Very well, Professor Hilbert. Just one more question, just one small question. Let's talk about the cost of Hajj pilgrimage. Do you think that in the future with digitalization, will it bring the cost of Hajj pilgrimage down? Do you see that as one of the benefit that can be gained, perhaps?
Well, I'm not sure because the cost mainly, for Hajj is just to serve, okay, the pilgrims, but the creations or the provisions of digital system can make easier to manage. One thing that I would like to address for the pricing or the cost for Hajj or even for Umrah, one principle that we have to hold, in my view, is the Hajj cost must be affordable, and the cost should also be, affordable for everyone as well as just for existing parties. I mean, the previous Hajj session, I know the price increased suddenly and rapidly, and Indonesia should face also great deal of difficulties. How to afford the new pricing system that provided by the Saudi government to all the country partners for the Hajj, and therefore Hajj, the cost for Hajj should also be discussed by the international communities. Okay? Indonesians, Nigerians, Malaysians, from Iran, from Egypt, and so forth and so on. So, and we realize that we cannot avoid the industrial transformations in managing Hajj, but at the same time, we have to hold the principle that Hajj belongs to Ummah, okay, and should be affordable, okay, and therefore the system a financial system for Hajj must be adjust, okay, finance scheme for Hajj. So the pricing can be negotiated between countries, and I believe every country has their own, pricing system.
Yeah.
And one thing that we hold is how to make it affordable. This means Hajj can be inclusive.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, we're looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Professor Hilman. Let's move on to Bapak Zikrullah, who's also, may I call you Pak Zikrullah? Welcome. You've come all the way from Abuja, Nigeria. Again, welcome to Jakarta, Indonesia. And like Indonesia, Nigeria ranks among countries that have the highest Hajj pilgrims, up to 100,000 per year. 100,000. So tell us what the experience has been like for Nigeria, and how has digitalization impacted Hajj pilgrimage from your country?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First, let me, on behalf of the Nigerian delegation, express our appreciation for the invitation of BPKH to this important event. And the last few days, we've been having a study tour of the Hajj financial management system here, and it's been wonderful. And also before now, what we have witnessed is to see Indonesian in Haram doing tawaf, or maybe sometimes in the market. But for the first time, we are here in Indonesia live and direct, and we see the Indonesian people in true color. So for us, it has been a wonderful moment, and again I say thank you. To your question again, indeed for all of us, we now know that we are in the world of digital, and once you are not digitalized, the world will leave you behind. Thanks to COVID, we now know the power of digitalization, thanks to COVID. And after COVID, many people have benefited. They didn't go back to their office. They work from their home. And if you live in a city like Jakarta, working from home can be of benefit, really, once you are digitalized, instead of commuting on the road, spending a number of hours on the road. And we witness the same in some part of Nigeria as well. Now, the world, like I said, has changed, and you must change with the world in order to survive. Otherwise, you'll be left behind. If you want to be also involved in Hajj management, you also have to use IT, because now, in the corridor of your house, that's where you process the visa. You don't need to go to the embassy. You don't need to go to any other place. So definitely, it is clear that you must be digitalized. And in our case, in the National Hajj Commission, and that's why we have decided to do what we call digital transformation. We're still in the process. We haven't got to where exactly we would like to be, but we have started that we need to actually follow the trends of the world. And we know, without doubt, that with digitalization, Hajj management can be better, it can be easier, and like the professor said, I do not know whether it can be cheaper. That is difficult to say. Well, definitely it can be easier, it can be better, because what determines the cost is not just you. There are many external systems that determine the cost. Like he said, this year when we got to Saudi Arabia, it took us a while to even know the cost. Even to know the cost, you have to do a lot of battle to know the cost. And when you get to know the cost, you have very little room to negotiate. So in that situation, it's difficult to determine whether the Hajj fare will go lower or not. But we pray.
What do you see as some of the challenges in developing a Hajj ecosystem, and where do you think are the key areas that you would like to improve more for the future?
Well, obviously, whether we like it or not, Hajj management outside your country seems to be like a monopoly. Why do I say monopoly? I cannot decide, for instance, to say I want to come and do Hajj in Indonesia. I can't do so in Japan. I can only do so in one country, Saudi Arabia. And I can only enter Saudi Arabia with the permission of the government of Saudi Arabia. So that makes it clearly that whether we like it or not, there's a deciding factor in Hajj, and that is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But can they do it alone? Certainly no. For instance, Indonesia is the largest Hajj contingent in the world. Nigeria is the 5th largest, but the largest in Africa. So definitely, such large populations of Muslims need to have a say, need to collaborate, need to negotiate with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I therefore think the main challenge is that these collaborations, we need to do more of it with the kingdom so that we can also contribute by way of ideas on how to improve the Hajj management system. I also think one lesson we have learned, and I think both from Nigeria and Indonesia side, is that we need to collaborate more with the, has been some kind of challenge in the past. One of also major challenge is that information about Hajj does not come early enough. And I think in the present situation, we should have information 5 years ahead, not even 1 year ahead. This, in the next 5 years, this and this is what is going to happen. So it allows managers of Hajj to make quick decisions and the fact that Hajj costs every year in, year out is also not good, really. You can always be sure that if we follow what we know as a trend, Hajj 2023 is going to cost more than Hajj 2022. Because 2022 was costlier than 2019. 19 was expensive more than 2018. I think we should find a way of having like a 5-year cost, that in 5 years, Hajj will be like this. That to me is are some of the challenges, but still, alhamdulillah, challenge or no challenge, Muslims love to go to Hajj. Right. There we go, whatever the challenge.
That's true. That's true. So how do you manage your Hajj fund so far? How do you involve the financial institutions in the country?
Well, in the past, we didn't have what I would call an efficient Hajj financial management. But it will be curious for you to note that it was during COVID, when there were no Hajj at all, that we started our Hajj saving and investment scheme in Nigeria. It was during COVID. And for us, it was a very good learning experience in the sense that despite that there were no Hajj, and of course, very few business. I mean, as you know, most people were not able to move, yet we were able to mobilize in those 2 years over what is about 12 billion naira. How much is that in dollars? Somebody can help me. And how much is 12 billion naira in dollars? We're able to mobilize billions of Nigerian naira. I will get you the equivalent in dollars. Despite that there were no, that should be about $30 million, I think.
$30 million.
Yeah, that's why there were no COVID, and we're just starting the process. It's just been accepted that it should save. And we make some profit as well, which were distributed to the stakeholders. I mean, profit apportioned to stakeholders. So we see a very bright future. And that's why we actually came to Indonesia.
Right.
We're here to do a study of how Indonesia are doing it and the problems that are associated with it. We want to get away with our knowledge without the problem. That's why we came here, so that so that we can learn fast what were the problems Indonesia has and overcome it.
Yes.
So we don't start with the problems.
You have Pak Benny next to you. He's
yes.
He's someone that you need to talk
yes,
to.
we could,
well.
and we've learned quite a lot, and we're going back to Nigeria to use the knowledge. Well, we've started just 2 years, like I said, during COVID. And our experience has shown that if we can add value in COVID, you can imagine the value when the economic system is really working very well. And I think we started, and we're joining Indonesia very soon with the goodness. Because for us, the beauty, and that is one reason why we had come here, is that despite the difficulty, despite the challenges, Indonesia has been able to manage the cost to the Hajj in 5 years, the same price. I'm not saying that somebody is paying the cost somewhere, I know, but still, for the pilgrims, they'll be able to pay a particular price for 5 years. For me, that's wonderful. And that is a lesson we want to go and operationalize within our system in Nigeria.
Okay. How would you incorporate digitalization then in throughout this whole process of adapting with the IT requirements, with the different procedures that you need to apply in the future? What is your expectation about the benefits of digitalization in terms of Hajj pilgrimage management and also the fund management?
Well, like I said, whether you like it or not, you must digitalize. Otherwise, the world will leave you alone. It's like saying that I don't want you to use a mobile phone. Then you're out of the world. Whether you are old, young, educated, or illiterate, you have to use a mobile phone now. That's the way of the world. We have started, and that is why we have strong IT units in our commission. And of course, if you want a strong IT unit, you must put the young people there. So the young elements are the one running our IT unit, because the younger people are more efficient at using technology.
Okay.
So that's why we have put very young people there. And
so we don't have any chance then?
Sorry, we don't. No, we have chance, but now maybe as spectators. But they are the
Very
real, they are the one in charge,
yeah.
And we're doing quite a lot in that area.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much for that. Let's move on to Pak Benny to share some of his experiences as well. You are currently in charge of managing Hajj Fund in Indonesia. Tell us how, basically, maybe for some of us that are not familiar, how the organization works, and how has digitalization changed the way the organization works before and after, Pak Benny?
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you, the honorable speaker and moderator also, all honorable guests and all the participants, brother and sister. Thank you for the question. First is BPKH have a mandate to manage the Hajj Fund. Currently, we have 160 trillion, or in US dollar around 10.7 billion US. And but the principle is, the first is about the Sharia principle. Secondly is about the prudential principle. The third is about we have to have the benefits, because with the benefits, we can support the Hajj operation. We also have the principle about the non-profit, meaning that we are not getting the bonus for the management of the Hajj. So every single penny that we can get the benefits goes through the Hajj. The fourth is about the transparent, and the fifth is about the accountability. Talking about the digitalization, Gartner say that the digitalization is the use of the digital technology to change a business model and provide new revenue and value producing opportunities. It is the process of moving to the digital business. Here we can say that the most important is about the value producing opportunities. BPKH actually, what we involve is the first time, what they call the form is the first time, because we just start in 2017. We are the first. So what we did actually, we start from the manual first. No digitalization, no IT, and so on. And we built the foundation at the beginning. our business is two. First is about collecting the money from the Hajj, especially. They pay about 25 million rupiah for the deposit, and then they got the what we call it, the numbers of queuing, and then we manage all the money. We have two mandates to do what we manage. The first is about the placement in the bank. Secondly is what we say about the investment. In terms of the technology that we have, actually, at the beginning, we tried to convert what actually Minister of Region Affairs did last position, and then we convert to the new technology. We call it Siskahat Gen 1. Whereas we make reporting, we manage and we report to the internal of management, and then we also have support from the Minister of Religion Affairs regarding the data. We call it Siskohat. Using the Siskohat, then our reporting will be more clearly. At the beginning, we are very difficult to have a management information system, whereas for the due date of the fixed time deposit, of our current account and so on, is very difficult to monitor. And also we have difficulties when our supervisory BPK to audit us. At that time, we are very difficult to how to what we call it proof about the transparent and the accountable. So we think that better we have a system. Now we have a system called it Siskat Gen 2, where very easy us to report because of the transparency need to us. So with the what we call it, the digitalization, we can produce. First is about reporting regarding the governance, and because one of the governance is talking about transparency, and also we also have what we call very efficient when we try to get the deposit from the bank. Probably this what we have and what we our progress right now. Thank you.
So talk to us more about how digitalization has improved perhaps productivity and also governance of the fund that you managed.
Okay. At the first time when we try to pursue or we try to go together with the bank, actually we what we produce is about the what we got the effort that we asking for the, we call it KPIH. KPIH means that's the organization that involved in the Ummah directly. We use just a fee, just what we call it percentage of the marketing fee, without any saying that this is the potential customer. With this way that we do, actually is expensive. Every customer have to pay. We have to pay. It's around 300,000 something for each Hajj. So Hajj is very expensive. Start from the collecting and the manage and also go to Hajj. It's very expensive. Now we're just thinking that the most important is about the data. Currently we have data for the Hajj alumni is about 10 million people. For the Hajj existing, the queuing is 5.2 million people. That's in 15 million people. This is the data already there. Part of the data belongs to Minister of Regional Affairs. And also we have the, what we call it, the market share of the data for the people that the potential Hajj is about 13 million people. This is the data. So we have to think that better we use the, we call it big data analytic and management. And then we try to use the thing that probably we can use the Internet of Things, use of the artificial intelligence and so on. And then we will produce to be the potential data. And with the potential data, we can share with the bank, goes to the bank, and bank will have a lead data to do marketing. So with the digital marketing, probably the cost of the recruitment of the Hajj will be lower. The secondly is also when we place the, when we invest the money, we need the data to more easily access to our customer, also access to the management, investment management, because we have currently 15 investment management that collaborate with us how to invest the money. So with this digitalization and also the thing that we call it the transformation digital, easy to us to access to them, and then we got the maximum return. Thank you.
Thank you. So what is next for the organization? What are other areas of improvement or collaboration perhaps you see in the future?
Yeah. Okay. First is about when we get the we say that the lead data. The lead data meaning that is very potential customer to get the business with us. We can share with the bank first. Also, we can share with the application probably. We can share, connect with the Tokopedia and so on. And then we can go directly with us using the multimedia, using the anything to access more to them. If it is success, then we can go directly with the person who marketing. But this is a potential. If we do like now, we have to face it one by one. It's very expensive, right? Mm-hmm. Secondly, in terms of investment, we have opportunity to deal with the retail customer, to invest also to the direct investment, also with the potential investment in foreign, because if we do the business always go abroad with traveling, probably it's very expensive. Yeah. Now with the technology, probably will be less cost. Thank you.
So this is just one last question for you. When we talk about inclusivity, then how would you define it for your organization? How would you like inclusivity, especially in opening up new partnership, new collaborations in the future in terms of Hajj management, Hajj fund management? Sorry.
Okay, with this technology, I think we have three things, but the co-operate, secondly is co-create, and third is co-execute. Okay, with the technology, in terms of, we talk about the inclusivity, meaning that with the application, very easy everybody to access to us, retail, or even this is the business to business, and also government to business also is possible. So the next with the technology is more easily to go to the inclusivity.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. Let's explore more questions from the audience for many of the speakers that are present here. But let's go last to Pak Ahmad. Pak Ahmad is the CEO of Bank Muamalat Indonesia, one of the leading Islamic bank in Indonesia, and has been the recipient of many awards for digital banking. Congratulations. Tell us a little bit more about your bank and the role of the bank or financial institutions in the country have participated in the Hajj ecosystem.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome, salam.
Okay. For brother and sister coming from Nigeria, welcome to Indonesia. So I would like to give you a brief of Bank Muamalat before we start discussing about the Hajj digitalization. So just to give you a brief, that Bank Muamalat established in 1991 is the first Islamic banking in this country. Since then, the Islamic industry in Indonesia growing very fastly. So now Muamalat belongs to BPKH, 82%, but before BPKH, ISDB was the majority shareholders. Bank Muamalat contribution to Hajj now is 40% for Hajj Plus, is a premium Hajj, and 20% for regular Hajj. So since we introduced digitalization through our mobile banking, we call it DIN, Mobile Banking DIN, Digital Islamic Network. I'll give you why we received some many awards of this Muamalat DIN. The contributions, the transactions of banking transactions from branches only almost 70%. But now, after we introduced Muamalat digital banking, the transaction of banking 90% through this digital banking. So before I share you the impact of digitalization to Bank Muamalat, let me share you the biggest challenge of Islamic banking before the digitalization happened in this country. The four major challenges of Islamic banking in Indonesia was the product availability, and then the network, the third is the infrastructure and technology, and the last one is the customer literacy. Thank you to the pandemic, the positive side of the pandemic, because through this pandemic changed the behavior of the customer through digital. So at least it solved the three biggest challenges of Islamic banking, which is the network, the coverage, because we are no longer needed the physical branch. Secondly, the infrastructure and technology, because Islamic banking is forced to provide the good technology and also the digital facility, and of course the customer literacy. Why? Because now customer is familiar on how to find information. So, Mbak Kania, so the roles of Bank Muamalat after BPKH is our majority shareholders, we have a mandate is to provide the best service for the Hajj and Umrah ecosystem. That's our roles actually. That's the reason why we maintain the contribution, even we increase the contribution in serving Hajj in Indonesia. If you compare with last year, our year-on-year growth of Hajj registered to Bank Muamalat growth by 50%, whilst industry only growth by 20%. So, for instance, for this year, the target of Hajj registration of BPKH is 450,000, and the achievement until September was on 258, which is 60%, whilst Muamalat achievement is 82%. So, Alhamdulillah. So, because of the mandate from the BPKH to Bank Muamalat, of course, we have to improve the service quality through digital banking to Hajj and Umrah ecosystem. So this, I think, the introduction of the bank, and also my view to the impact of digitalization into banking service, particularly to Hajj and Umrah service.
Okay. Pak Ahmad, talk to us more also about the critical areas that you need to that we need to watch out for in improving digital services, especially for Hajj pilgrimage. What are the lessons learned, do you think, throughout the digitizing process?
So I think from my point of view, the impact of digital banking to Islamic bankings are more positive than negative. Of course, the negative side, because we have to invest the infrastructure of the technology. Yeah. Of course, but on the other side, it is very positive. Why? Because through digital banking, we are now ready to compete with conventional banking. Like I mentioned earlier, the biggest challenge of the Islamic banking was because we have no presence in the suburb area. Yeah. Our network, our physical branch is very limited. Now through digital banking, we can access to very suburb area, and at the same I think with the conventional. So that is, I think, the very positive side, because I think the capacity and capability of our digital banking now is similar with conventional. The critical area is the customer education again. But because now the customer themselves adjust the behavior, because they are now much familiar with mobile banking and so on, the accessibility, now the customer is also familiar with what we introduced through the digital banking. So because the other positive side of this change behavior of the customer can access to any information of the Sharia banking, which is that one of the weakness is the customer literacy or customer education of the bank, of Islamic banking product. Now, with the accessibility through digital banking, to internet and so on, the customer are familiar with the product of Islamic banking, and much more easier than for us Islamic banking to sell our product through, again, digital banking. So I think that's the critical area, which through digital banking solve automatically.
Okay. What is next for you? What are the areas of improvement that you would like to address next by digitalization, especially in delivering better services for Hajj pilgrims?
Okay. Again, because I think I still remember the concern from Prof. Hilman that more than 60% of our Hajj pilgrims are at low education level. That's, I think, the biggest challenge for us. Because of that, then we educate the KBIH or Hajj Pilgrim Service community as our aggregator to educate the customer. Because that's the challenge, Mbak Kania. More than 60% of Hajj are low educated. So when we introduce the digital through them, they need they need people to train, to educate. And then we use that KBIH or Hajj Service Regime community as our aggregator, as our hand. Then, of course, like Pak Benny mentioned, of course, we have to give them some ujroh. I think that's the biggest challenge. But I do confident by the times, because they are familiar already with mobile banking and so on, I think this challenge will be solved through the consistent educations together with BPKH, Kementerian Agama, and also with the banks.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much for that. Next, I'd like to go back to Pak Benny. We would like to have a simulation right now. You've just recently launched, just before this discussion, an application system for financial data that can be accessible to Hajj pilgrims through their virtual account. Maybe you can give us a quick demo on how...
Okay. Demo? Yeah.
So this is just an example of how...
This is the application that we call it Ihsan, actually.
Ihsan, right.
Ihsan is what we call it, collaboration with the data actually come from the Minister of Region Affairs, and then also collaborate with the BPS BPIH or Islamic banking that part of our community or our Hajj ecosystem.
So everyone has access to this?
Yeah, this is the application that we can see. You can download, if it is possible, all of the audience can see the Apple, this
Play Store?
Play Store,
Yep.
or App Store in iPhone. Please, you can check audience.
Yeah.
You can download the system, and the logo is like this. Yeah. Okay.
And whose account
in
is
this
this?
system, actually consists of two. This is the information of the financial information from the BPKH, and secondly, is very what they call it, very informative, because consists of the start of your money, the early deposit. The early deposit is 25 million, and also the nilai manfaat or the benefit, every semester that we already put on your system. So you can see the total of your money start from the 25 million, now is 25 point something, right? Point 400 something. The name is, you can see, probably is one of the our Hajj pilgrims. The bank is also over there, Bank Muamalat, and also the number of portion, and also what we call it, your identity. And previously, we never know about the position of the, oh, this is the Hajj for the special Hajj, 4,000 is special Hajj, 4,000 in US dollar, 4,000 US dollar, and now from 4,000 US dollar now to be, how much?
This is like a monthly reporting, or can you explain that?
Yeah, why don't you change to Hajj, regular Hajj, too easy. This is special Hajj.
Okay, this is another example. This is for regular Hajj.
Because for the regular Hajj is 5.2 million, so very many compared to with the special Hajj. This is the special Hajj, and then try to the regular one.
How easy is it for pilgrims to access this?
It's just only put the registered number, then every information will be displayed.
So what kind of data is included in there?
Yeah. Okay, this is the information that we have in rupiah. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, the earliest deposit is 20 million. Yeah, 20 million. This is also the Sotoran Lunas. This is the Hajj that will go, what they call it, go probably this year. Yeah, this year will be go, because the money start from the 20 million. Now the money is becoming 14 million. We already credited the nilai manfaat since 2018 in semester 1, semester 2, and also in 2019, semester 1, also in 2020 and 2021, semester 1 and semester 2. This is what do you call it, the transparency to everybody, have the queuing number you can access in this system.
Okay, very well. This is really wonderful. And this is the
this is also our position, that Hajj, that the fund that we manage, going down.
Go down.
The red color of the graph is our position, start from 112 billion. Now this is 150 something billion rupiah. And the lower one is talking about the position since 2018 until 2022. Okay. This is what information that everybody can see.
Okay.
Just download the application.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that explanation and simulation. Everyone can download the application and everyone has access as long as they have the ID number, right?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much. This is just an example of how transparent, right? This is one of the benefits that perhaps digitalization have brought, especially to the management of Hajj pilgrimage and also Hajj fund. I'd like to, Professor Hilman, maybe perhaps add a few quick remarks on this. When we talk about pilgrim candidates, Indonesia has about, I think, 5.2 as of now, waiting to go to perform their Hajj. How do you expect to close the gap or narrow the gap further? Because this is also a big issue in the country.
Well, there are some factors that influencing the long queue of the Hajj from all over the world.
Yeah,
first
including
of all,
from Nigeria as well, perhaps?
Including from Nigeria.
Yes.
But different countries have different models of management, okay, and how to manage the potential pilgrims. And Indonesia is one country that has a system to manage the queuing system. Okay. One major factors affecting how to narrow the gap is the provision provided by the Saudi. To what extent the Saudi's government can increase the numbers of pilgrims annually, okay, and including the provision of facilities, the hotels, and place for the performing Hajj, like in Arafah and in Mina and so forth and so on. So the Saudi decision and policy will determine our effort to narrow the gap. The second one, how to narrow the gap means also how to reduce the numbers of the queues, right? But at the same time, we have to think that the BPKH as a fund manager should manage sufficient money in order to get more benefits. We are, from the Ministry of Religious Affairs as well as from BPKH, trying to make a simulation, okay, financial simulation. For example, about the down payment, okay? Let's say down payment, the early fund paid by the pilgrims right now in Indonesia is about 25 million, okay? But the cost is 100, okay? So it's less than 30% of the real cost. In the past, the real cost, for example, is 30 million, 30 juta, and the down payment is 25 million. So the down payment is about 70 or 75% of the real cost. Now we have gone too far, okay? Uncontrollable situation, and we are from many parties, not only the Ministry of Religious Affairs and BPKH, but also the policymakers, including our partners from DPR, for example, the Representative Council, should sit together how to offer a proportional costs, okay, for down payment in order to sustain Hajj financing, as well as to not to reduce the potential pilgrims, but that's to reduce the gap. That's what I mean, yeah. Otherwise, with 25 million, which is the value different from 15 years ago, 25 million 15 years ago, and 25 million right now, the value is different, okay? You can buy luxurious motorcycle 15 years ago, right. But right now it's just common motorcycle. For example, just example. And again, of course, we are trying to get more scenario between our party, especially financially. This is about financial matters, in my view.
Yeah. Okay. Very well. Very well. Bapak Zikrullah, any thoughts on this? Do you have the same problem as well in Nigeria?
Well, we do have, and the fact that Hajj did not take place for 2 years further aggravated the matter. But the truth is, Hajj, as you know, is a worship in a specific location at a specific time. Can you expand the location? It's very difficult, if not impossible. Can you change the time? Absolutely not possible. So in that case, the issue is to now manage the pilgrims, and for us to realize the fact that you will go to Hajj at your own time, not necessarily the time you want it, but the time Allah wants you to come. And if you are not able to make it, the belief of the Muslim remains that Allah will reward you based on your intention. Right. So it is a reality that not everybody will be able to go at the same time, because the time cannot be adjusted, the space cannot be expanded. Although I'm aware that Saudi Arabia too wants more people to come,
Yeah.
they're trying to introduce some new strategy of taking people out of what we call the Mashair, Muna and Arafah, to stay somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, the adjustment will take place, but it also has limitation. So the reality is that we will queue. Although we are not praying for the 15, 16 years of Indonesia, but we'll have to queue eventually.
Right. And digital registration, is that something that can solve that problem? Yeah.
Well, it will solve the problem because it will show more transparency. As Muslims, in wanting to go to the kingdom, sometimes they can be desperate. They can try to look for ways to get there earlier. But once there's transparency with digitalization, you can predict when your time will be, and then there will be less of tension.
Okay, very well for that. Thank you. Let's open up some questions from the audience as well. I think we have time to pick a couple of questions. We're going to open 2 rounds of questioning. We have online audience as well that would like to participate and ask their questions to our panelists. First, I'd like to pick 2, maybe 3 questions from the offline audience present here with us. I have one hand raised in the back. Yes, and maybe 2 more.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Walaikum
My name is
salam warahmatullahi
Ishaq.
wabarakatuh. Can you please state your name first and then the institutions?
My name is Ishaq Ibrahim Jae.
Ishaq, okay.
Yes, from Nigeria, obviously. My question, and it looks like a suggestion, is talking about digitalization and inclusivity of the Hajj ecosystem. Do we see a situation whereby we use digitalization across countries? Yeah. For example, do we see in the nearest future a possibility of having an application guided by AI and machine learning that will facilitate communication between Indonesians, Nigerians, Japanese, Indians in Saudi Arabia? Maybe it's a kind of social media platform to share Hajj experiences while in Saudi Arabia. Do we see that happening in the next few years? And is that a possible way where we can start collaborating to bring our best minds, especially the youth? Maybe there can be a competition for somebody to develop that kind of solution in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's wonderful. Next question. I think I saw another raised hand before.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Indri Ayu Afriada. Today I'm standing as a student of strategic management. My question is to Mr. Hilman Latif. As you mentioned before that the real cost to perform Hajj now is increased significantly. But until now, pilgrims only paid less this year, less than 50% of the real cost. As the Hajj regulators, how do you think this will be fit to sustainability of the Hajj fund, especially to isi to'ah as the one of the principle of the Hajj perform? Thank you.
Very well. Thank you for that question. Another question, perhaps, from the audience, from our offline audience. We have maybe time for one more. Yes, please, in the back.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Pertanyaan saya dalam bahasa Indonesia mungkin bisa diterjemahkan. Mohon maaf, tema kita adalah digitalisasi untuk topik kali ini. Kami lebih melihat digitalisasi adalah perubahan dari sistem cara kita manual kepada sistem digital. Nah, itu satu. Kedua adalah kami belum melihat apa sebenarnya efek langsung atau manfaat langsung kepada ekosistem haji itu sendiri. Karena ekosistem haji tidak hanya antara BPKH, pemerintah dan jamaah, tetapi pelaku di dalam industri ekosistem haji ini banyak pelaku-pelaku lainnya. Apa sebenarnya manfaat yang paling utama dari yang mau dilakukan dengan digitalisasi sendiri? Terima kasih.
Very well. Thank you for that question. I think we'll close our first round of questioning, and then I'll open up some more opportunities for our online audience as well. Let's start with Ishaq's question about. Do you see this happening in the future? Maybe let's start with Professor Hilman. When we talk about digitalization and inclusivity, do you see the use of digital applications perhaps being used across countries, communication across countries, across Indonesia, Nigeria, and France, and so on in the next few years, and on how to involve the young people to design a system like that?
Yeah, actually, we have seen the use of digital platform when we arrived in Saudi. Saudi Arabia has transformed significantly in utilizing a digital platform, including for the Hajj services. We have to use, for example, a Hajj, which is very, was challenging how to use a Hajj as a new system. In the past, we come together and negotiate, okay, the pricings, the facilities, the services. Now, using a Hajj, just post your ideas or your interests, and we have to see, and we have to accept that, okay? So, no more negotiation, no more discussion, just putting your price at the cost or some. That's what we have witnessed.
But
So
as a way to communicate between each other, do you see that happening?
that's the things that we reduce. Not the system reduce direct communication, negotiation, which is very important.
Okay.
That's why I thought I mentioned before that the principles, okay, that Hajj belongs to Ummah. I mean, belongs to us, belongs to the Saudis, belongs to Muslim from Indonesia, belongs to the Muslim from all over the world, and therefore should be proportional, negotiable, and affordable. That's one thing. And the second one,
You have what you call the
Siskohat. That's
Siskohat, yeah?
our private,
private,
our
but
systems belongs to Indonesians,
okay.
and we have connected 29 banks or more right now.
Do you see this as opening up, perhaps for other
Yeah, we need
countries
some
to join as well?
improvement because we want to give more information for pilgrims about the accommodation, the consumption, transportation. Actually, they are available. But one thing, as mentioned by Pak Permana, is not all pilgrims are able to use the digital platform because of education, because of lack experience, and from certain province, most of the pilgrims has only had basic education, SD. Okay, the others, high school, that's okay. Yeah, they are familiar with digital, but with the background as a farmer, as sailors with the low education, we have also to take care of them nicely. Okay, and therefore a hybrid system is still necessary. You can imagine right now after Hajj end, okay, in August, many pilgrims, Umrah pilgrims, departs to Saudi. And in 1 month, Indonesia has sent about 250 millions pilgrims for Umrah. Okay, and there's some pilgrims who face difficulties because of the unfair companies, PPIU, penyelenggara ibadah umrah, who do not give suitable services for the umrah. And you can imagine the Jama'ah, the pilgrims, just listen to the explanations, to the situations, because they do not understand the whole system, and even they have no idea what kind of protest or idea to be communicated. And therefore, we have to understand the situation. But I agree that in this future, we have to create, a common system belongs to the Muslim world, accessible for many countries for the Hajj. And the last one, the second one is about the
Sustainability of Hajj one.
pricing. Yeah.
Pricing.
Well, as I mentioned before, Hajj should be affordable, but it doesn't mean cheap, because Hajj is very expensive. But what I mean affordable is we all the part of the institution. From my side as the government, as well as organizing, even organizer, because in Indonesia the government is regulator as well as even organizer for Hajj. It's quite tricky. We want to have affordable price, but at the same time we realize that the cost for Hajj, the real cost for Hajj, is very expensive. Again, we have to come back to the spirits of the Quran, that Hajj is mandatory for those who are able to do so,
right,
including whose wealth and health permits to perform Hajj.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
or istita'ah, as you mentioned. Then we start, including BPK, to discuss again what does istita'ah mean in recent time and how to resolve the problem for those who already put their money in the BPK. So it's quite a long process, I believe,
Yeah.
but believe us that we try to resolve the problems.
Okay. The last question, perhaps you can take as well. Other industry key players in the Hajj ecosystem, how has this benefited them, and how can they take?
That's the things that we start working on it. I mean, Hajj economic ecosystem is part of our concerns, our main concern. We want to support all companies, or Umrah companies, Hajj company, to survive after COVID, to revive, and as well as we encourage the engagements of those companies who are able to underpin, to strengthen our contributions economically for Hajj. For example, in the next few weeks, we will have a convention here. Many businessmen from different countries, from Saudis, from Indonesia, should be connected. Right now, we do not have yet how the companies or the industries engage, because the government, the Ministry of Religious Affairs, have no obligation or have no mandate to directly put, but we encourage and we link them to some other parties.
But will it be beneficial for these other players as well, do you think?
Yeah, of course, we are waiting for the products from Indonesia, you know what, now we use bumbu rendang, 120 tons, for bumbu, only for bumbu, yeah? And meat for hundreds, and for the rice we have 1,000 of tons we need to be consumed by Indonesian pilgrims. To what extent the companies from Indonesia can also participate, can also export the rice, the meat, the spices, for to make Indonesians feeling better in the Saudi, because they consume Nusantara ingredients.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. Let's go to Pak Zikrul. Would you like to take the first question? Do you see such a digital system, such a system envisioned for the future as a way to collaborate across nations?
Well, I see the question as more of a suggestion. But I think first, the mind must meet first before you include technology. Because technology is actually controlled by men, not the other way around. But I think it's inevitable in order to increase efficiency, productivity, and of course, love among the Muslim Ummah. I think it's absolutely necessary, not actually in the distant future, but in the near future. And I think one thing that we can learn from our present collaboration with Indonesia is to tell the other member of the Hajj family all over the world to come nearer. If we come nearer, we can therefore be able to forge ahead with a technology that can be common to all. Now, as for a decrease in the cost of Hajj, the question must be answered realistically to say, what is the cost in our existence now with what it used to be? I mean, accommodation in Jakarta, has it been stable in the last 5, 10 years? Has transportation been stable? Cost of airfare stable? Everywhere in the world, we have been able to see that 90% or 94% of Hajj is in foreign currency outside their country. And those foreign currency is beyond your own determination. We own no property in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia where we are going to spend over 90% of this amount. So since we do not have absolute control of the cost there, it's difficult to say that it will be cheaper. But the best language is that affordable. How affordable is the big question. But I think one way to continuously help is to invest the Hajj fund and use the profit to cushion the eventual cost of Hajj. Historically, I can talk of cost of Hajj maybe in the last 40 years. And I find that consistently, without any interruption, Hajj has cost more in 1 year than the previous years, consistently. Again, it may not be because of just inflation. It's also because Hujjaj are demanding for more quality in terms of Hajj on the principle that Allah Himself has told us that in Allah, la yuriddu bikum al-usra. Going to Hajj does not mean you have to go through difficulty by way of accommodation, by way of transportation, and by way of the food. So if you want quality, you just will have to pay for it. I think that is the bottom line.
Okay. Pak Beni, do you agree with that? But when we talk about the sustainability of Hajj Fund, it was one of the questions as well from the audience. Maybe you can take that question as well. What's your perspective on that?
Okay. For the sustainability Hajj management, I think we have to think about the first about the cost itself. If we want to achieve the target, that means the target have to be exactly known, right? In Hajj, we don't know how much the Hajj costs of every year. It should be more and more probably increase. So using the thing that we will, what we call it, sustain, we have to be dynamic actually. What we deal with the customer for the early deposit should be also follow about the dynamic of the cost of the Hajj actually. Whereas for the investment or placement, also we have to think about the balance between we say that the risk and the return should be more dynamic also. We just put on the marketable securities now. The yield is around 7%, or the total is about 6.9, 6.4. According to the asset liabilities management, if we achieve for the sustainability, the yield not less than 8 or 9%. It's very difficult. So again, that is the duty or the target for the next turn of management of BPKH should be more productive compared with us. I think so. Thank you very much.
Very well. Thank you for that. I know we've talked, I know the main theme of our discussion is digitalization, but we're just also looking for ways on how to address inclusivity by way of digitalization. And let's take some more questions from the audience, see if they have any more questions on that subject. But yes, of course.
Yeah. Yes. let me take the last question. I think it's quite interesting.
Okay.
And we must, as Indonesian country, take a benefit of this Hajj because we are the largest Hajj in the world.
Yeah.
So I think several months ago I discussed with Professor Hilman with regard how Indonesia can get a return benefit of this Hajj cost, because we spend almost 10 trillion every year, right, without any return benefit to the country. So I think the idea should be we have to enlarge the ecosystem of Hajj. Currently, I think the first stage is only who is the ecosystem of Hajj now is only the Hajj, the pilgrim itself, the bank as a collectors, and BPKH, and then very limited to vendors of ecosystem, and also the Kementerian Agama. Now we have to enlarge. I think we have to win with the Saudi Arabia government to ensure that the vendors, the catering, and all vendors related to Hajj should be coming from Indonesia. So with that, if we say the catering coming from Indonesia, Prof. Hilman mentioned that even for the fish coming from the Vietnam, from the rice coming from the Thailand, and so on. I think we have to ensure that the vendors should be coming from Indonesia, and the bank, we are as a bank, I think very easy to provide the working capital. Why? Because it's also the closed loop ecosystem already. We know that, you know, this vendor will provide the rice, for instance, for the Kementerian Agama. We know already from the data that this fish will be serving for Hajj for Kementerian Agama. So if we enlarge the ecosystem, then we can get the benefit more. But I think for the first stage, currently, I think it's more than enough, because at least, the transparency purpose is achieved, the efficiency is achieved, and also the digital service, which improve the service, the quality to Hajj is already achieved. I think the first stage, yes. But I think we have to work together. So, Prof. Hilman, I think we are as a bank much more than ready and support how to ensure that Indonesia as a country get more benefit of the spending of the 10 trillion back to Indonesia, another, say, 2, 3, 4 trillion. That's, I think, my
Right. And
my
accessible data is one key point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Very well. We have, I think, perhaps time for another round of questioning, but I'd like to give opportunity, I'm sorry, to the online audience. Maybe if we have time in the end, I will give you time to ask your question. But if I cannot read it from that screen. Can you put the questions in this screen instead? The committee? I cannot read it, it's too far. Can you put the questions from our online audience on the left screen instead of the right screen, please? Yes? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have a couple of questions from Masiran in Wali Songo Semarang. And this question is for Pak Beni. Maybe you can see the questions as well, Pak Beni, on the screen right in front of you. How to use the value if benefits for pilgrims every year, the cost of a Hajj increases and the value of benefits also increases. And if the value of the benefits aims to reduce the Hajj, the travel cost, and the value of benefits also increase every year, why does the BPIH of the congregation also increase? So if you can please explain this. And I think that was mentioned earlier as well. And this other question is for Prof. Hilman. Can we use crypto to pay for Hajj in the future? I know the answer to this question. In my opinion, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency are digital products that can be used for transaction. This is from Taufik. Very nice questions. Okay. I think we have, do we have time for another one? We have our delegates from Nigeria, perhaps, that would like to ask their question as well. Yes? Oh, no, we don't have time. I'm very sorry. We have very little time. So let's just go to Pak Beni to take the first question.
Thank you, Bu Kania. Thank you for Masiran in Wali Songo Semarang. You asked about how to use the value of benefit for pilgrims. I think we produce 95% of the value of benefits goes to the pilgrim. We only hold for 5%. Even though not 5% actually that we consume. Maximum is only 2.5 or probably maximum 3%. All of the benefit, value of benefit goes to the pilgrim. The first is about the pilgrim who goes to the Hajj, and secondly, we call it for the nilai manfaat for virtual account. This is for the Hajj that queuing. So if you say that every year cost of Hajj increase, for example, year 2022, the cost of Hajj is 98 million. You know how much the Hajj deposit is 25 millions plus the what they call it, the fulfillment of the cost is around 10 million. That means 35 millions. 98 minus 35 is the cost of BPKH. So all of the benefit, value of benefit goes to the Hajj. This is the first. And secondly, every Hujjaj that waiting also get the credit of the value of benefit that we show already to you, that every semester you got the credit from the value of benefit of BPKH. I think it's very clear to answer. This is part of the transparency, part of the accountability of BPKH. We already show to you directly. Thank you.
Very well, thank you for that. Prof. Hilman, crypto to pay for Hajj.
Very,
It's
futuristic
questions.
questions. And, well, in the past we don't bring anything for Hajj. In the past, people just bring their food, camels and so forth and so on. And then we have to use money and transfer and a Hajj and so forth and so on. And this is possible in the future, but I don't think in the near future. And Pak Permana can answer this. Have you ever bought Bitcoins? Do you have Bitcoins and cryptocurrencies?
I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble if I answer this.
No, I mean, I've never seen the Bitcoin,
yeah.
And I never dealt with this, even though my student always talk about this. That's probably Pak Permana may answer this
Pak
issue.
Permana, what do you think?
Okay.
Or maybe Pak Zikrullah has a question, has an answer for that. Do you think?
Okay. To me, the currency is just a matter of how the country treats its currency. Okay. Because we are talking about the multilateral countries relationship. If we spend in Saudi Arabia, whether Saudi Arabia accept the Bitcoin and so on is depending on the country, including Indonesia. Definitely, if Indonesia state the Bitcoin and so on still not our official country, of course, definitely we could not use that currency for Hajj. So I think the policy will be coming from the government.
Yeah. Okay. So it's back to Prof. Hilman then. Very well. Thank you for that. Pak Zikrullah, any thoughts on that? Would you like to contribute as well on that discussion?
Just like I said, the future belongs to the young people.
Yeah.
That is why for most of us here, we hear of Bitcoin, we never saw it, but the young people are seeing it.
Right.
So if the future belongs to the young people, I think Bitcoin will come. Because whatever instrument you use, it will be for the benefit of the people who are using it. If the young people feel safer with Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, the world will have to agree. They will have no choice. Well, we all live with to see what happens in the future.
We will see. We will see. Very well. A big round of applause for our speakers. Maybe we have like about 5 minutes before we have to close. Maybe some closing remarks. Would you like to give your closing remarks, starting from Prof. Hilman or Pak Beni? Yeah, Pak Beni? Your closing remarks?
Okay. Thank you, Bukanya. I think I will take the proverb from the African. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, and go together. This proverb basically announced that, yes, it is easy to do things on your own and better yourself, but it is so much more rewarding to accomplish with many. Finally, BPKH is always ready to support government program. In this case, is the Manager of Religion Affairs in funding the operational of the Hajj according with the regulation. Using the digital technology, it will help more credible, simple, and modern way. Thank you.
Very well, thank you for that, Pak Ahmad.
Yes. Okay. Digitalization is a must, so everybody could not avoid the digitalization. For us, this is the first step of the first stage of digitalization, and I think the next will be how to enlarge how to leverage this digitalization. So, like I mentioned earlier, so the country should get benefit from this Hajj ecosystem through providing more vendor through this Hajj ecosystem. The second is literacy or customer education. Two, digitalization is also mandatory as a must, knowing that the level of education of our pilgrims is still very low. So lastly, I think all Hajj and Umrah communities should be hand in hand how to ensure that the digitalization process in Indonesia can get the maximum benefit and makes more efficient in the Hajj process. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ahmad. Bapak Zikrullah, closing remarks?
Well, my closing remarks is just to remind all of us, Allah the Almighty said, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Inna hadhihi ummatukum ummatan wahida wa ana rabbukum fa'budun. The community of Islam is just one. All of you must come together in the worship of Allah. And that is why an Hajj is the most event where all of us come to demonstrate the fact that we're one. Because that is one country on the day of Arafah. That's a place where all the Muslims all over the world, no matter your nationality, your age, are gathered. A demonstration of the fact that we are one, and a confirmation of the African proverb that said, if you want to go far, you have to go together. Thank you all.
Very well, very well. Prof. Hilman, a big round of applause after this. Prof. Hilman, if you can give your closing remarks.
Yes, thank you, Khania. My point is that inclusive Hajj ecosystem means we can offer affordable Hajj costs, we can provide the finest services, we can manage a sustainable Hajj financing system, and we can allow domestic and private companies to participate, okay, as well as we can give impact on Indonesian society at large. So that's we want to envisage from the Hajj business as we face right now.
Okay, very well. Thank you for those closing remarks. A big round of applause for our panelists. We have Professor Hilman Latif, Director General of Hajj and Umrah, Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Al-Haji Zikrullah Kunle Hassan, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria. Dr. Beni Wicaksono, Executive Board Member of the Hajj Fund Management Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, and also Mr. Ahmad K. Permana, CEO of Bank Muamalat Indonesia. Thank you very much for that really, really enlightening discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, as the world adopts digitalization as a way to conduct better businesses and also services, we hope that our discussion today has been enlightening and would contribute and also benefit for all of us, particularly for the decision makers in formulating policies as well as procedures in Indonesia and around the world for a successful Hajj pilgrimage. Again, thank you for your kind attention and participation. I'm Kania Sutisnawinata, and I'm handing back to the MC. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To all speaker and moderator, please stand up and take a picture together. Okay. The prettiest one in center, right? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Smile to the camera. Once again, thank you very much to all the speakers and moderator in the first session of our panel discussion. Okay. Only the speaker. For the finalists, please stay on stage. Okay, look to the camera. Okay. Change position. Ah. Oh. Okay, nice. I think it's in. Okay. Thank you for the photo session and the panelists for the insightful discussion this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are welcome you to enjoy your lunch and allow you to follow the Friday prayers. And we'll see you again shortly at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. We'll be back again. And the location for Friday prayers available in Plenary Hall. And for lunch is in Canary. So I see you back again in 1:30 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, kindly attention please, all the delegation of Nigeria, please come up to the stage from NAHCON. Okay. Kindly attention to all audience who still outside. Please come inside because our session will begin shortly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen who still outside. Please come inside because the session will begin shortly. You may be seated. Kepada para tamu dan undangan yang masih berada di luar area Merak Room, kami undang untuk masuk ke dalam dan menempati tempat yang telah disediakan karena acara akan segera kita mulai. Sekali lagi bagi para tamu dan undangan yang masih berada di luar Merak Room, harap masuk segera karena acara akan kita mulai sesaat lagi. Silakan menempati tempat yang telah kami sediakan. Terima kasih. To all audience who are already inside the room, may I have your attention? Please be seated and moving forward so we can begin our event shortly. Yang masih ada di belakang, Bapak dan Ibu boleh maju ke depan. Kita mengisi dulu bagian baris yang di depan. Please come forward and please be seated in forward. Thank you very much. We will begin our event shortly. Yang berada di belakang, mohon kesediaannya untuk menempati bangku yang di area depan terlebih dahulu agar terisi. Jadi nanti bisa menyusul untuk tamu-tamu lain yang baru saja datang. Sekali lagi teman-teman, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, mohon kesediaannya untuk menempati tempat di area depan agar kita bisa segera mulai acara kita. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all the audience who have attended Merak Room JCC, and all participants who already joined us on Zoom and YouTube channel. Welcome back on the 4th International Hajj Conference on 9th Indonesia Syariah Economic Festival 2022. I'm Megan Ophelia. We proceeded to the next agenda for today, so please welcome to our next second session of discussion. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Sultan Emir Hidayat, as a Director of Islamic Economy Supporting Ecosystem at National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance, KNEKS, as a moderator to lead our second discussion. But before that, allow me to read the profile of Dr. Sultan Emir Hidayat. Dr. Sultan Emir Hidayat, currently the Director of Islamic Economy Supporting Ecosystem at the National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance, or we call it KNEKS, the Republic of Indonesia. Previously, he was the Director of Education and Research at the National Committee for Islamic Finance, or KNKS, and he's also an Associate Professor at International Open University, or IOU. Dr. Sultan Emir has published quite a significant number of research papers in reputable international journals, and is also an associate editor for Journal of Islamic Financial Studies and editor for many journals, and he also has published several books and contribute chapter in many books. And he regularly publish articles in Islamic Finance News, or IVN, in Red Money and other magazines, and also newspaper. Wow. He was recognized as one of the top influential 500 personalities on a global scale in 2015 till 2020 by ISFIN, a leading advisory firm for Islamic market. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Sultan Emir Hidayat as moderator in this session. Dr. Sultan Emir Hidayat, I am handing the stage to you.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, wabihi nasta'in, ala umurid dunya waddin, wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. We are very glad today that we are going to have the second session of this conference. Again, I would like to inform that this international conference is held by Badan Pengelola Keuangan Haji, or the Indonesian National or Sovereign Hajj Fund Management Agency, BPKH, or in Indonesia we always call it BPKH, in collaboration with Bank Indonesia, BI. This session is expected to generate synergies from various relevant stakeholders in the development of digitalization and inclusivity of Hajj ecosystem, as the theme of this session is digitalization and inclusivity in Hajj ecosystem. With us, 4 distinguished speakers who will share their insights and thoughts about the theme of the conference. Let me invite to the stage each speaker. I will start with Insinyur Haji Muhammad Hanif, MBA, Head of Sub-Directorate for Regular Hajj Registration and Cancellation, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. Pak Hanif, welcome to the stage. Yeah, with us also online, Mr. A.P. Abdul Lakuti, Chairman of Hajj Committee of India. Also, Mr. Shakir Ahmad Hamid Al-Hutali, the Executive Manager of Bilad Al Haramain for Umrah. Already with us at the stage, Pak Hanif, Insinyur Muhammad Hanif, MBA. And also I would like to invite Pak Koko Catur Rahmadi, Director of Business, Bank Jabar Banten Syariah, to the stage. Last but not least, I would like to invite Pak Haji Muharram Ahmad, Secretary General Forum 1 Haji and Umrah Travel Association Gathering Forum. Yeah, all the speakers are already at the stage with me, and I will give each speaker, and each speaker will be allocated 10 to 12 minutes each to present their thought. I would like to invite first Mr. A.P. Abdullah Kuti, but before I hand over the screen to Mr. A.P. Abdullah Kuti, let me read his short bio. He is an Indian politician, currently holding a position as the Chairman Hajj Committee of India. He is much experienced, very well experienced in communication, legal and social service. He was member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, and also he was member of the Legislative Assembly in India, and he has been selected as the Chairman of Central Hajj Committee since April 2022. With great pleasure, I would like to welcome Mr. A.P. Abdullah Kuti to share with us his insight and thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Respected distinguished guests and delegates, Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
First, a good morning to all of you. I would like to thank the coordinators of this function for inviting me this international seminar and selecting the topic digitalization Hajj, as digitalization is the need of hour. I am from India, and in my country, under the able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, we have transformed normal India to digital India. Before Modi government, our total internet user in India was about 243 million, which means 1 in 5 Indians using internet. At present, there are a total of 830 million active internet users in India, which is around 2-3 times more than the total population of Indonesia. This sector, digitalization sector, India made a great achievement. The report estimates that there will be 900 million internet users in India 2025. The Hajj Committee of India welcomed digitalization for the beginning itself. Indian Hajis can apply for Hajj through their mobile phone by uploading their digital ID cards. Only they are selected, they can pay the amount and fix their seats. They can also cancel their seats and get the money back in case of they are not able to travel due to medical emergency or any other issues. I am glad to know that Saudi government, the great Saudi government, is also digitalizing entire process of Hajj. Main digital tools we India use in Hajj Committee of India are: one, IHPMS, Interactive Hajj Pilgrims Management Software. The IHPMS is our master software that maintaining all records of the pilgrims. Second, the IHPMS is also used to do flight arrangement of pilgrims. MASHIA, Medical Assistance System for Indian Hajis abroad. This online OPD system helps to maintain health information to all Indian pilgrims who required medical facility during Hajj. The point 4, HCOI mobile application is used to friendly software for pilgrims to get A to Z details about their accommodation, flight, journey, training, etc. The application uses GPS technology to locate the hotels, hospitals, mosques, and other important places. We can use this technology to track the pilgrims when she lost in any unknown zone. Fourth point, a dedicated toll-free number is used for pilgrims who are aged or those who do not to use digital service. Step by step, introduction are given to pilgrims by our call center staffs. We also apps like WhatsApp so that pilgrims can connect with very easily. We also have a YouTube channel for giving digitalized information about the Hajj. New videos are uploaded when we receive the new update about Hajj. The visa and passport of Hajis are scanned and stored in the digital locker using IHPMS software. The pilgrims can see their passport and visa whenever they require. An online complaint management system served is also developed by Hajj Committee of India, provide fast solution for the problem of pilgrims. Thus, point 6, Kadimul Hujja Sati Act. This is a special mobile application given our volunteers in order to provide the best service of pilgrim. The app has launched during Hajj 2022. All these are various tools and techniques that we use in Hajj Committee of India as part of digitalization. We are able to convert our Honorable Prime Minister dream for making of our office paperless as part of Digital India mission. Digitalization is continuous process, which we will have to update from time to time. We new exciting technologies like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, mechanized learning, Internet of Things, etc. get advanced so that Hajj Committee of India will stick on the process of digitalization. I would like to thank you all for listening. Once again, I congratulate the great international conference organized by Indonesia. Thank you very much. Vande Mataram. Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, Mr. A.P. Abdul Wakati, for such a very insightful information. We know that India has the second largest population and going to be number one to exceed China in the years to come. That's why the number of internet users is so huge over there. Thank you for your insight, sir. Now we turn to our second speaker, Mr. Shakir Ahmad Hamid Al-Hutali from Saudi Arabia. He is currently serving as the executive manager of Bilad Al-Haramain for Umrah. With a great pleasure, please welcome Mr. Shakir Ahmad Hamid Al-Hutali. The screen is yours, sir.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, there is no audio. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
What
We
about
can.
the audience? What about the
Very,
audience?
very good sound.
Yes,
Beautiful
yes.
sound.
I'm representing the audience. We can hear you clearly.
Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
There is no
wabarakatuh.
reply.
We can hear
Yes,
you.
I can hear.
Mungkin dia nggak dengar kita ya. Can you hear us? Mr. Shakir? Can you hear us? Mungkin maybe somebody can chat him that we can hear him clearly. Yeah. Or Mr. Shakir, is it? Nggak, dia nggak bisa dengar juga ya. Is it possible for us to, let's say, to give your turn first to the third speaker and then we'll come back to you again? Okay, itu aja ya. Okay, while Mr. Shakir has a connection problem, we have here also.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, I think the best way is to write him on Zoom chat and then inform him that we can hear him clearly. All right. You may start your presentation.
I think you are listening to me, inshallah.
Yes.
I wanted to start my presentation. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. First of all, I would like to thank PPKH for this invitation, and inshallah we will introduce an interesting presentation. My name is Shakir Ahmed Al-Hudali. I am Executive Manager in Bilad Al-Haramain Company. I have a master's degree in computer engineering. Actually, the best title for this presentation is Saudi Arabia Muslim Destination for Tourism after Hajj and Umrah. Actually, inshallah, I will focus on 3 points today, inshallah, how to enrichment the journey of Hajj and Umrah. Then I will talk about the Saudi Vision 2030, especially on pilgrims experience program. Finally, I will explain how the external agency can contact with the Saudi company. Of course, after performing Hajj or Umrah, the pilgrims could discover the Saudi Arabia, especially the city that near to Mecca and Medina, such as Taif and Jeddah or King Abdullah Economic City, or Al Ula City. Taif is 1 hour away to Mecca. You can reach there by beautiful Mount route or by cable car. Taif is famous with the roses farms and has a beautiful weather there. Actually, Taif has many museum for rose perfume factory. As you've seen, this is the route of to the Taif from Mecca to Taif, reaching to Al Hada area, and there is some farms of roses.
Mr. Shakir?
Yes. Now you can see the screen, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Actually, I reached here. I talked about some cities in يعني near to Mecca. Then I moved to here. Just like I said before, Taif has a good weather there. It's mild weather, and also has some museum for rose factory. I think it's good to try to visiting a Taif. Also, the Jeddah, it's other side of Mecca. Jeddah city, it's 1 hour away from Mecca. It's famous with the historical Jeddah area, and also the popular marketing there, plus the floating mosque in Jeddah. As you've seen in the picture, this is the floating mosque and the historical area in Jeddah, also the popular marketing market there. Also, we have the King Abdullah Economic City. You can also visit the King Abdullah Economic City, which 1 hour away from Jeddah, actually has a beautiful beaches, and also you may have a quiet stay there. It's a new city. It's established in recent years. It's really beautiful to visit this city. Regarding to the Al-Ula, of course, Medina Munawwara has many holy places there and mosque. Within the region of Al-Madina, you can visit Al-Ula. Al-Ula is a heritage place, and it's 292 kilometers away from Al-Madina. It's a nice to try visiting Al-Ula. Actually, in my country, we have a Vision 2030. Under that vision, there are many programs, and one of that program is Vision Realization Program for Pilgrim Experience. The program rule is to provide opportunity for the largest possible number of Muslims to perform Hajj and Umrah to fullest extent and to work on enriching and enhancing their experience. To achieve the goal of the Pilgrims Experience Program, the program is designed around 7 main points. These points, it's the first point is before arrival of the pilgrims, then the second point is arrival and departure of the pilgrims. Of course, uh, the program is taking care of transportation. The fourth point is visiting two holy mosques. Then the fifth point is performing worship in health and safety. And the sixth point is visiting holy sites. And the last things, finally reaching a 2 point of the kingdom, the hospitality and discovery. Mecca in King Mecca reign of King Salman. During the reign of custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, Mecca is witnessed a great development in all aspects, such as Haramain high-speed railway and also Mashaa'ir metro station, and established a new museums and culture center, and also Mecca shuttle buses and a new hotel built. This is the new Hafilat Mecca, or it's called Mecca buses. This is the new shuttle buses established in Mecca. Also, this is the high-speed railway. You can take a seat from airport to Mecca directly. It's called Haramain High-Speed Railway. And as you know, I think many of pilgrims, they tried the Mashaa'ir metro station during Hajj season. It's a metro station connected from Mina to Muzdalifah, then from Muzdalifah to Arafat, then again from Arafat to Muzdalifah, then again to Mina. It was solving a lot of problem in this metro station. Right. Now I will talking about the doing business. Regarding business issues, the Saudi Umrah company are honored to contract, and cooperate with the many travel agencies that deal with the pilgrims to reach the satisfaction of pilgrims by facilitating the challenges. The type of Umrah market is B2B and B2C. Actually, in B2C, the Saudi and non-Saudi companies could contract under Hajj and Umrah Ministry supervision. First, the non-Saudi agency should be qualified in Hajj and Umrah Ministry by online registration. If this is the QR of that website, that can any agency or any foreign agency can make registration for to be qualified under the Hajj and Umrah Ministry. Also, after qualifying of external agency, you can contract with any qualified Umrah Saudi company. You could find the list of Saudi companies in this website. You can scan this QR and you listed the all Saudi company or all qualified Saudi company under the Hajj and Umrah supervision. Actually, in these days, there is a new things. It's showing up. It's also it will be work under the B2B concept. You may also deal with a Saudi company via virtual agency, but after agreeing on some procedure and matters between the two companies. And this is maybe it will be very easy to any foreign company to contract with any Saudi company under this stage or under this concept. It's B2B. Also for individual Mu'tamir B2C. On the other hand, actually, via B2C, the pilgrims could create his packages via many platforms, plus issue his visa. Also, you can find out these platforms on the link below. Actually, there is a sample of contract. This is a sample of contract belong to Biladul Haramain, and you can see it from this website or from this link. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope you enjoy your day, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair.
Wa antum kadhalik. Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause. Mr. Sakir, it was a very interesting and enjoyable presentation with such good development in terms of infrastructure in Saudi, the digitalization which is going on over there. Inshallah, it will make our trip, Umrah and Hajj trip, becoming more enjoyable. Not only to perform our ibadah, but also we can also go for shopping and enjoy some tourism spot as it has been promoted over there. Thank you very much, Mr. Sakir. Now we move to the third speaker. I would like to invite Engineer Haji Muhammad Hanif MBA. He is the head of Sub-Directorate for Regular Hajj Registration and Cancellation, Ministry of Religious Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia. But before I hand over to him, let me read his short bio. He graduated from UKM Malaysia and obtained master degree of management, and at the moment he is the head of subdirectorate for the regular Hajj registration and cancellation at the Ministry of Religious Affairs, the Republic of Indonesia. Without further ado, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain, amma ba'd. I will introduce, I am from Ministry of Religion, Directorate Domestic Service, Directorate General of Hajj and Umrah. In this time I will introduce about online registration for regular Hajj. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, di masa digitalisasi kita akan menyampaikan terkait dengan produk baru kita, di mana kita sudah meluncing terkait dengan pendaftaran online. Jadi untuk warga negara Indonesia, baik yang ada di Indonesia maupun di negara-negara luar, bisa melaksanakan pendaftaran haji reguler melalui online atau melalui digital kita. Nah, ini yang kita launching terkait dengan pelayanan haji yang saat ini. Jemaah haji kita sampai dengan saat ini, lanjut. Nah, selama ini kita mendapat kuota dari pemerintah Arab Saudi sebanyak 221.000. Ini sebelum masa pandemi COVID, di mana 8%-nya adalah untuk jamaah haji khusus, kemudian sisanya untuk jamaah haji reguler. Di masa pandemi kemarin, tahun ini maksud saya, kita hanya mendapatkan kuota 100.051 jamaah. Nah, ini tahun ini sudah kita laksanakan. Kita berharap tahun depan kembali normal lagi. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Amin. Bapak Ibu sekalian, hadirin yang saya muliakan, jemaah haji kita yang terdaftar itu sudah mencapai, lanjut Mas, 5.298.468. Ini hanya khusus jamaah haji reguler saja. Artinya kalau di rata-rata 203.000 untuk reguler kuota kita, maka jemaah haji kita menunggunya sampai 26 tahun. Jadi kalau kuota kita dibagi dengan jumlah jamaah yang telah mendaftar dibagi dengan kuota kita yang diberikan oleh pemerintah Saudi sebelum masa pandemi COVID, maka jemaah haji kita menunggunya 26 tahun. Nah, ini Bapak Ibu sekalian, kemarin pada saat operasional haji di Arab Saudi, kita juga bertemu dengan pejabat dari tabung haji. Mereka menyampaikan sudah sampai 171 tahun masa tunggunya. Ya. Nah, ini Bapak Ibu sekalian, jadi kita lihat ini memang ada penurunan grafik terkait dengan pendaftaran jamaah haji kita yang menjadi waiting list kita. Di tahun 2019 kita mencapai puncaknya satu tahun sebanyak sekitar 724.000 pendaftar. Kemudian masa pandemi ini menurun sampai dengan 265.000. Jadi sekitar 50% lah dari masa-masa puncak itu. Itu pun sudah 5 juta pendaftar. Artinya semakin ke depan, insya Allah pendaftar kita juga akan semakin banyak. Nah, ini sekedar informasi Bapak Ibu sekalian bahwa masa pandemi saat ini untuk tahun ini sampai Oktober sudah 237.000 jamaah yang mendaftar. Nah ini kita harapkan tahun ini bisa naik lagi, bisa paling tidak sama dengan tahun 2020, mungkin lebih dari atau sama dengan 400 ribuan, diperkirakan seperti itu. Lanjut. Nah ini Bapak Ibu sekalian, layanan pendaftaran kita bisa melalui layanan di kantor Kementerian Agama Kabupaten Kota, kemudian layanan elektronik dan layanan mobile. Layanan elektronik itu bisa melakukan pendaftaran melalui aplikasi Haji Pintar. Jadi di Haji Pintar kita, di gadget kita sudah ada aplikasi, bisa dilakukan di mana saja, tidak harus di tempat domisili kita. Jadi kalau saya sedang di Amerika misalnya, saya buka Haji Pintar, kita sudah bisa mendaftar tanpa harus kembali dulu ke Indonesia. Kemudian mobil keliling ini diberikan layanan untuk daerah-daerah yang memang jauh dijangkau oleh masyarakat kita. Ada tempat-tempat di Indonesia ini karena dengan banyaknya pulau, kemudian terutama di luar Jawa, ini tempat-tempat jauh dari kota kabupaten sehingga perlu adanya pendaftaran keliling ini. Nah inilah yang kita harapkan dengan pendaftaran 3 macam ini bisa memberikan pelayanan yang terbaik kepada jamaah haji kita. Lanjut. Nah ini tadi yang saya sampaikan di Haji Pintar kita, di aplikasi Haji Pintar, ini sudah bisa memberikan langsung pendaftaran kepada jamaah. Jamaah pertama membayar dulu setoran awal di BPSBP, jadi tetap sama ke BP sekarang juga BPS di sebelah saya ada dari Bank BJB ini. Nah ini nanti mungkin bisa menyampaikan, mungkin sudah ada produknya terkait dengan pembayaran setoran awal secara online. Nah setelah itu kemudian nanti muncul apa yang disebut dengan bukti setoran awal, kemudian baru melaksanakan pendaftaran di Haji Pintar kita. Lanjut. Nah ini alurnya saya kira nanti bisa dari perbankan yang menyampaikan, kita menyampaikan aja yang dari Haji Pintar. Lanjut. Nah ini alurnya sebagaimana dalam paparan ini sangat mudah sekali. Kita buka Haji Pintar kita login ke menu pendaftaran, kemudian kita unggah persyaratan seperti foto pribadi dan sebagainya. Kemudian nanti di Kemenak Kota akan memberikan persetujuan terkait dengan pendaftaran itu. Dan jemaah akan mendapatkan surat pendaftaran haji atau SPH secara online dan digital juga. Nah ini sangat mudah sekali. Lanjut. Nah ini adalah bentuk surat lembar setoran awal digital dan SPH-nya. Semua sudah digital. Tidak ada tanda tangan basah dan sebagainya. Semua sudah digital. Jadi jemaah begitu sudah selesai langsung mendapatkan lembar setoran awal digital ini. Lanjut. Lanjut. Nah ini sebagai videonya mungkin bisa ditayangkan di bawahnya. Nah, kita buka Haji Pintar kita. Nah, kita bisa membayar BPS ke BP setoran awal, bisa online juga. Sudah ada beberapa bank yang bisa melakukan setoran awal secara digital. Bisa melalui ATM, internet banking, dan mobile banking. Kemudian membuka Haji Pintar. Kemudian konfirmasi pendaftaran. Konfirmasi pendaftaran itu ada 2. Yang pertama kita masukkan dengan nomor validasi. Nomor validasi ini didapat pada saat kita membayar setoran awal di bank. Kemudian nomor NIK dan kita sudah masuk ke dalam Cisco Hajj kita. Setelah masuk kita registrasi, kita lengkapi data kita mulai dari email, nama, dan seterusnya. Kemudian kita mendaftar. Yang pertama kita upload terkait dengan persyaratan. Yang pertama adalah foto diri. Kita masukkan foto diri, bisa melalui foto yang ada sudah di HP kita, maupun kita ambil langsung dari foto diri kita. Ini sebagai persyaratan pertama. Kemudian foto KTP kita. Sangat mudah sekali. Ini sebetulnya ada suaranya, mungkin nggak bisa kedengaran Bapak Ibu sekalian. Setelah foto KTP kita,
isi di dalam frame lalu klik lingkaran di tengah. Kemudian klik unggah file. Klik foto diri dan KTP, lalu klik ambil foto. Sesuaikan posisi di dalam frame lalu klik lingkaran di tengah, kemudian klik unggah file. Klik foto kartu keluarga lalu klik ambil foto. Bila file kartu keluarga dalam format JPEG sudah ada di handphone, maka pilih galeri. Jika belum, maka pilih kamera. Sesuaikan posisi di dalam frame lalu klik lingkaran di tengah. Kemudian klik unggah file. Klik foto ijazah atau akte nikah atau akte lahir, lalu klik ambil foto. Bila file ijazah atau akte nikah atau akte lahir dalam format JPEG sudah ada di handphone, maka pilih galeri. Jika belum, maka pilih kamera. Sesuaikan posisi di dalam frame lalu klik lingkaran di tengah. Kemudian klik unggah file. Klik foto bukti setoran atau pembayaran dari bank lalu klik ambil foto. Bila file bukti setoran awal dalam format JPEG sudah ada di handphone, maka pilih galeri. Jika belum, maka pilih kamera. Sesuaikan posisi di dalam frame lalu klik lingkaran di tengah. Kemudian klik unggah file. Setelah selesai upload dokumen persyaratan, kemudian pilih status haji. Bila belum pernah berhaji, maka pilih belum haji. Jika sudah pernah pergi haji, maka pilih sudah haji. Kemudian klik kirim pengajuan. Pendaftaran selesai, tinggal menunggu verifikasi dan konfirmasi dari petugas kantor Kementerian Agama Kabupaten Kota. Untuk mengecek status pendaftaran, klik gambar lonceng di sebelah kanan atas. Lalu klik nomor validasi, maka akan tampil status pendaftaran yang sudah diajukan. Bila status pendaftaran belum konfirmasi, maka belum diverifikasi oleh petugas kantor Kementerian Agama Kabupaten Kota. Bila sudah konfirmasi, maka pendaftaran sudah diverifikasi dan surat pendaftaran haji dapat di-download. Bila diperbaiki, maka dokumen persyaratan harus di-upload ulang untuk perbaikan. Bila ditolak, maka pendaftaran tidak diterima karena tidak sesuai dengan persyaratan.
Nah, itulah tadi Bapak Ibu sekalian terkait dengan pendaftaran online kita. Sangat mudah sekali, dan bila nanti sudah diterima atau dikonfirmasi oleh Kemenak, maka kita akan mendapat bukti pendaftaran haji online melalui HP kita dan melalui email kita. Terima kasih, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Hanif. It is very comprehensive presentation, and we are very glad to know also in Indonesia, as Indonesian, from wherever you are, if you intend to perform Hajj, you can register yourself through Smart Hajj atau Haji Pintar application online. But it is quite shocking to know that the average years of waiting to perform Hajj is 26 years. So any one of you here who hasn't performed Hajj yet, and you are still in your 20s, better to do it now. So, but if you are already 40, it means, yeah. But better late than never, right? Yeah, so download the application and register yourself as soon as possible. But it's also interesting to know, yeah, maybe we are shocked with the 26 years. Our neighboring country, Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken, their number of years to wait, yeah, to perform the Hajj is 175 years. It is impossible, right? You need to perform your Hajj. If you are Malaysian, you need to perform your Hajj from other countries. How are you going to wait for 176 years? So, yeah, it's really we need really the help of Allah to give us such a long years to live. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Thank you very much, Pak Hanif. It is really interesting. Now we move to our next speaker, Pak Koko Catur Rahmadi from Bank Jabar Banten Syariah. Please allow me to read his short bio. He graduated from Gajah Mada University, majoring in mathematics. He started his career as a banker at Bank Citra. Then he moved to Bank Bali and then to Bank Permata, mostly focused on product development. He served as liabilities product head at Bank Mega. Since 2010, he became the head of Syariah Business Unit at Bank OCBC and ISP before appointed as the business director for Bank Jabar Banten Syariah in December 2021. Without further ado, I hand over the floor to you. Please welcome Pak Koko Catur Rahmadi.
Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wa ba'du. I will be glad if you allow me use bahasa. Ya. Okay. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, ya. Tema hari ini adalah digitalisasi untuk haji dan umroh. Kalau kita kenal haji kan sudah sejak dahulu kala gitu ya. Kemudian digitalisasi emang era sekarang era digitalisasi. Next slide teman-teman. Era digitalisasi yang tidak bisa kita hindari. Di satu sisi tadi sudah disampaikan para pendahulu kami, para panelis, Indonesia ya dengan penduduk 270-an juta yang mayoritas 83% something Muslim merupakan potensi yang luar biasa. Next slide teman-teman. Ya. Kemudian kalau kita lihat kenapa haji itu penting, karena ini adalah bagian dari kewajiban kita sebagai umat Islam. Rukun Islam yang ke-5. Next teman-teman. Ya. Kalau kita lihat di sebelum pandemi ya kemarin 2019 itu ada sekitar 2,5 juta haji. Dan dari 2,5 juta itu 50% lebih hampir 1,9 jutanya adalah haji-haji yang dari luar Arab Saudi. Next teman-teman. Nah ini kalau kita lihat, ternyata mayoritas terbesarnya ada di Asia. Hampir 1,1 juta. Next. Ya. Bagaimana dengan Indonesia? Ini sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Jib. Ya. Jemaah haji kita 2019 itu ada 221. Ya. Jadi mayoritas dari Indonesia. Next. Ya. Nah, ini dia, ya. Biayanya berapa? Sekali pemberangkatan teman-teman BPKH itu bisa menghabiskan hampir 12 sampai 13 triliun. Suatu biaya yang sangat besar. Next. Nah, terus apa yang harus kita lakukan? Ya, next, nyambung dari yang Departemen Agama tadi, ya. Lanjut, next, kita largest country ya. Nah, ini. Tadi 26 tahun itu kalau rata-rata nasional. Karena saya di Jawa Barat Banten gitu ya. Lihat Jawa Barat Banten ya 20 tahun. Ya. Yang paling dekat Gorontalo yang minoritas muslim itu ya itu aja 11 tahun. Jadi kita mempunyai problem tentang antrian haji. Yang tadi rata-rata 26 tahun, Pak ya. 26 tahun ya. Jakarta 19 tahun. Nah, kalau orang mendaftarnya di usia 50, 40, sudah sepuh gitu ya, sudah sepuh berangkatnya. Nah, kita punya masalah di sini. Next. Nah, sementara di sisi biaya hampir sekitar 90-an juta untuk sekali berangkat tahun ini, ya gara-gara pandemi COVID, kemudian ada kenaikan sana sini. Ternyata yang dibayar oleh jemaah itu 50%-nya kurang. 50% lebih itu harus dari dana kelolaan yang dikelola oleh teman-teman BPKH maupun dari subsidi pemerintah. Next. Ya. Nah, karena itu antriannya panjang, ya. Kemudian itu adalah wajib dari umat muslim rukun Islam yang kelima, maka umroh menjadi pilihan, menjadi komplement. Kenapa umroh? Ya, selain masalah waktu tunggunya yang panjang, ya, ternyata di Indonesia 10 tahun terakhir umroh sudah menjadi lifestyle. Sudah menjadi lifestyle karena memang pertumbuhan ekonomi Indonesia yang mulai meningkat lebih bagus di setiap tahunnya. Di satu sisi kalau kita lihat tadi haji, kalau dari sisi government supportingnya, subsidinya besar sekali, tentunya kita as a industri ya, bank yang ekosistem itu, kita nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain haji, kita hanya sami'na wa atokna apa yang diperintahkan oleh negara, oleh BPKH, Departemen Agama. Tidak ada unsur bisnisnya, tetapi dari sisi umroh ada unsur bisnisnya, ini yang bisa kita monetize ya. Gambaran umroh itu 1 tahun kalau normal di luar COVID hampir 1 juta pemberangkatannya. Ya, 5 kali lipat dari haji yang 221.000. Next. Ya. Nah, bagaimana kita membangun ekosistem haji kaitannya sama sekarang era digital? Kalau kita lihat, kita consider akan 3 hal. Yang pertama dari sisi quality, yang kedua dari sisi biaya, yang ketiga dari sisi waktu. Apa yang bisa kita lakukan agar tentunya kualitinya naik? Dari sisi cost adorable ya, masuk akal, dan dari sisi waktu bisa kita manage. Next. Nah, ini teman-teman yang dilakukan oleh BJBS, ya, apa yang sudah kita lakukan di BJBS. Kita ada 3 tahapan, ya. Tahap pertama itu sebenarnya onboardingnya dibagi 2 teman-teman, ya. Baik ini untuk haji maupun umroh, makanya 3 itu 1A, 1B gitu. Yang kedua adalah facility and service-nya ketika dia sudah menjadi bagian dari ekosistem haji and umroh BJBS. Yang pertama onboarding. Onboarding kita bagi menjadi 2. Ya. Yang pertama adalah onboarding sekalian booking seat. Ya. Tadi Bapak sudah menjelaskan bahwa ada aplikasi Haji Pintar, di BJBS sudah nyambung itu API-nya, Haji Pintarnya. Jadi kalau punya 25 juta, sekalian langsung daftar. Booking seat haji, seatnya udah ketahuan, ujung-ujungnya saya berangkat berapa tahun lagi? 10 tahun lagi, 15 tahun lagi, atau 20 tahun lagi. Itu bagi yang onboarding haji seat langsung. Bagi yang tidak cukup, bagaimana? Tetap kita persiapkan tabungan haji, tapi belum sampai ke tahap booking seat. Jadi lebih ke sifatnya yang financial management, nabung. Ketentuan yang ada di BPKH sama government untuk bisa mendaftar tadi 12 tahun ya Pak ya, 12 tahun ya. Makanya kita banyak bekerja sama dengan pesantren, dengan sekolah, dengan ASN ya, untuk mengedukasi para customer-nya. Kalau belum punya 25 juta bisa daftar tabungan haji. Ini onboardingnya di sini, ya. Setelah menjadi bagian dari onboarding tabungan haji, ya, kita bangun ekosistemnya, baik yang ekosistem haji dan atau umroh maupun dari sisi perencanaan keuangannya. Kalau saya pengen punya tabungan haji nanti saat usia 30 tahun, bagi new beginner pekerja gitu ya, 20 tahun, saya kira-kira harus nabung berapa ya kalau misalkan booking seat-nya tetap 25 juta misal. Kalau saya pengen umroh tahun depan, saya sekarang harus nabung berapa? Di satu sisi yang paling penting adalah kalau tadi di sesi kedua tadi dari government Arab Saudi sudah menggambarkan apa yang akan dikembangkan di Arab Saudi, dengan digitalisasi kita bisa tinggal sambung-sambungin nanti. Ya. Sehingga quality, kenyamanan dari nasabah untuk menjalankan ibadahnya jadi lebih baik, meningkat lagi. Next teman-teman.
Lanjut, ya. Ini teman-teman, Bapak Ibu sekalian, ya, yang dimiliki oleh BJBS. Jadi kita sudah online dengan aplikasi yang ada di Sisko Hajj, Sisko Patuh di Kementerian Agama, baik untuk saving Hajj, umroh saving, ya, kemudian booking seat haji, payment maupun travel umroh, ya. Next. Ini ekosistem yang kira-kira nyambung dengan yang disampaikan oleh rekan-rekan dari Arab Saudi tadi, bahwa fasilitas sama servis yang akan kita bangun di ekosistem haji dan umroh ini, ya, mulai dari teknologinya, kemudian hospitalisasinya, insurance-nya, transportasinya, hotel, dan database teknologi informasinya. Ekosistem ini yang bisa kita monetize, teman-teman semua, ya. Jadi umroh, terutama umroh gitu ya, bisa menjadikan pertumbuhan sisi revenue yang ada di industri. Next. Ini program yang kita support dengan BPKH Haji Muda, ya, for your information aja. Next. Lanjut. Nah, ini Bapak Ibu semua, cita-cita kami di BJBS, ya, ketika jemaah umroh atau haji, ya, kita beri salah satu aplikasi yang simple, misalkan gelang gitu ya, sehingga mereka bisa memanfaatkan semua kebutuhannya selama jemaah di sana, baik untuk sifatnya financial transaction, accommodation transaction, maupun emergency. Jadi nggak usah, kalau pas musim haji nggak usah jauh-jauh nyarinya, jamaahku hilang di mana, gitu. Udah bisa kita track, ya. Itu kalau haji, ya. Kalau misalkan mau lempar jumroh itu kan katanya biasanya ada waktu-waktu afdol gitu ya. Nanti bisa kita atur. Waktu afdolnya 2 jam, rombongan ini 15 menit pertama, rombongan berikutnya 15 menit kedua, dan seterusnya, sehingga menjadi lebih nyaman lagi. Ini tujuan dari digitalisasi, ya. Jadi tidak hanya menjadikan haji dan umroh bisa kita monetize, tapi dari sisi customernya, dari sisi nasabahnya, dari sisi pelakunya bisa meningkatkan kenyamanannya. Mungkin ini yang bisa saya sampaikan. Mohon maaf bila ada kata yang kurang tepat. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Koko. It is really informative presentation, yeah. And we know that now the Islamic Bank as the one who receive actually the payment of Hajj fees, yeah, by the potential pilgrims. They have also some digitalization programs that are quite progressing very well, and it makes our life become more comfortable. Thank you very much, Pak Koko. We move now to the last speaker, Bapak Haji Muharram Ahmad. But before I hand over to him, let me read his short bio. He is the Secretary General of Forum 1, Hajj and Umrah Travel Association or Forum, since 2019. And just now I just realized that he is my senior. We both graduated from Bogor Agricultural University, majoring in agribusiness management, yeah, socio-economics, socio-agricultural economics. Yeah. And he is also Chief of Business Development for Nozoli Limited and Operational Director for Mayasari Nozoli Indonesia since 2019 also. Without further ado, please welcome Bapak Haji Muharram Ahmad.
Baik, terima kasih Mas Emir. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Saya juga ikut-ikutan pakai bahasa Indonesia saja, dan panitia sudah menyediakan translatornya. Baik, syukur alhamdulillah pada kesempatan ini di ISEF yang keempat, BPKH bersama BI mengangkat isu digitalisasi dan inclusivity di dalam ekosistem haji. Pertama saya ingin menggarisbawahi atau menebalkan 3 hal tadi. Pertama digitalisasi, yang kedua inclusivity, dan yang ketiga Hajj ecosystem. Kenapa? Karena digitalisasi di dalam haji dan umroh di Indonesia itu sejak awal didengar digitalisasi yang terpikir adalah kerusakan, kesulitan, dan sebagainya. Sehingga lambat sekali diterimanya. Bukan hanya sekedar di pelaksana, tapi termasuk juga di pihak regulator, baik di Kementerian Agama maupun juga di BPKH dan juga di mitra, termasuk di perbankan. Perbankan sesungguhnya adalah contoh yang paling mudah untuk kita mengikuti digitalisasi, karena ini yang paling cepat melakukan dan mengabsorb di dalam pelaksanaan bisnisnya. Yang kedua, inklusif ini menjadi penting karena Bapak Ibu sekalian, sekarang ya sudah mulai diperkenalkan di Saudi, jamaah Indonesia, Pak Hanif, itu dimungkinkan mengambil paket di muasasah yang lain. Bukan hanya di Asia Tenggara saja. Mana yang lebih murah, mana yang lebih bagus, boleh. Sudah lebih eksklusif dalam pengertian pelaksanaan hajinya. Yang kedua,
Pak Muharram, sorry to interrupt you. Actually, there are some participants on Zoom, but they don't have the translation facilities. If you can speak in English, it will be really appreciated.
Saya khawatir malah jadi ngawur nanti dengarnya.
Okay.
Lebih ini lagi, Pak. Baik, saya minta maaf. Kan bisa change itu. Di Zoom ada fasilitas change to English dalam Zoom-nya sendiri. Fasilitas di Zoom-nya, walaupun tidak pakai translator. Coba ada yang paham di dalam Zoom-nya sendiri? Baik. Oke, baik. Baik, mohon maaf. Insya Allah di dalam Zoom ada fasilitas translator langsung dan ya mudah-mudahan. Tapi insya Allah yang menyimak jauh lebih banyak dan kepentingan dari stakeholder yang di Indonesia mungkin akan lebih mudah menangkap supaya saya juga tidak salah. Ya, mohon maaf sekali kepada yang belum bisa memahami dalam bahasa Indonesia. Baik, yang terakhir ini yang paling penting, haji ekosistem haji. Ekosistem haji itu seperti tadi disampaikan oleh Pak Koko, begitu banyak yang terlibat, ya. Dan jangan lupa haji maupun umroh diselenggarakannya di Saudi. Itu yang paling penting. Bapak Ibu sekalian, dalam ekosistem itulah sebetulnya kami ingin memberikan penekanan dan menjadi penting bagi seluruh stakeholder haji dan umroh yang ada di Indonesia. Baik, kita lanjutkan dalam next. Baik. Ya, kita sudah sama tahu tadi sudah disampaikan juga oleh narsumdi kedua bahwa dalam visi Saudi 2030 itu ditargetkan 5 juta, bahkan ada versi lain 7 juta jamaah haji di tahun 2030 dengan target umroh kurang lebih sekitar 30 juta. Sekarang ini baru tertingginya 2,8 juta. 2,8 juta atau 2,5 juta yang tahun kemarin dan sebelumnya sudah sampai di angka 4 juta sampai 7 juta. Jadi untuk masuk ke situ sebentar lagi 30 juta bagi Saudi, mengejar waktu 7 tahun itu rasanya akan sangat dimungkinkan. Yang kedua, ini didukung tadi sudah disampaikan dari pihak Saudi bahwa selain infrastruktur juga dalam digitalisasi di Saudinya sendiri. Nah, inilah yang mempercepat bagaimana pencapaian target 30 juta di tahun 2030 sangat dimungkinkan. Bapak Ibu sekalian, salah satu yang sekarang sedang berkembang di Saudi adalah nusuk. Nusuk itu maksudnya tata cara ya, bukan nusuk dan ini adalah satu aplikasi terbaru yang sedang dipersiapkan sebagai agregator dari semua aplikasi-aplikasi yang ada di Saudi. Kita mengenal ada Makom, kita mengenal ada Etamarna, kita mengenal ada Manasah dan sebagainya. Terakhir, nusuk akan dijadikan menjadi agregator dari semua aplikasi. Sehingga ekosistem yang tadi digambarkan Pak Koko itu akan dengan mudah diikuti oleh seluruh jamaah haji di seluruh dunia. Ini yang menjadi kemajuan yang sangat dimungkinkan. Nah, bagaimana dengan Indonesia? Indonesia seperti tadi disampaikan oleh Pak Hanif, ada Siskopatu dan sekarang ada Haji Pintar. Ya, demikian juga dengan berbagai aplikasi lain, khususnya di industri-industri. Di perbankan cukup banyak, di penyelenggara ada Ihrom, ada sebelumnya ada Tokopedia Salam, tapi sekarang berhenti lagi, dan ada Aisyah di salah satu asosiasi, dan banyak termasuk juga aplikasi yang ada dikerjasamakan dengan pihak perbankan. Nah, yang jadi masalah adalah semua aplikasi yang dibuat itu berangkat dari tempat duduknya masing-masing. Pak Koko bikin aplikasi hanya untuk pendaftaran. Pak Hanif bikin aplikasi juga hanya untuk pendaftaran haji, sekarang haji reguler. Demikian juga dengan travel atau asosiasi membuat aplikasi juga masing-masing, Pak. Tadi di launching BPKH meluncurkan aplikasi yang hanya bisa melihat semacam laporan BPKH saja. Oh, investasinya sudah segini, dana terkumpul segini, jumlah jamaah segini, kemudian nilai uang yang disetor itu dari VA-nya sudah nilai segini. Ini bukan digitalisasi yang dalam ekosistem haji, karena yang diperlukan adalah mulai dari pendaftaran orang sudah tahu hak apa yang akan diperoleh oleh dia, baik di dalam haji maupun umroh. Hotelnya, kalau dalam umroh hotelnya di mana saja. Kalau memakai Taif, ada tambahan Taif, ada tambahan Al-Ula, atau ada tambahan kereta api cepat dan sebagainya. Dari sejak awal sudah tahu paket apa yang akan diperoleh, dan kemudian dia bisa membandingkan dengan banyak paket yang lain, dan dia kemudian bisa melakukan pembayaran. Dengan demikian aman, terhindar dari penipuan-penipuan yang sekarang marak. Ya, sudah sekian berapa tahun ini sudah sangat marak. Dan kemudian setelah itu dipastikan sampai di sananya, sekalipun tidak ada pembimbing dari Indonesia, dia dipastikan trackingnya itu jelas. Oh, ini sudah sampai di Madinah, oh di Makkah, oh ada sedang mengerjakan apa, oh sedang sakit, oh meninggal, oh kecelakaan dan sebagainya. Kemudian sampai kepada pulangnya, ditemani oleh siapa, di sananya tuh muasasanya siapa. Saat ini Pak Hanif yakin bahwa jamaah dan keluarga tidak pernah tahu dia dikelola di Mekahnya itu dengan siapa. Tidak pernah kenal sebelumnya dengan siapa mutawifnya, dan tidak kenal dengan muasasahnya sebagai penanggung jawab pelaksana di sana. Ya, itulah yang ekosistem yang kita ingin harapkan. Lanjut. Baik, saya ingin menyampaikan satu kondisi yang ini juga harus menjadi perhatian BPKH. Pak Prof. Ahyar ada di sini. Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini adalah pola hubungan dari Kementerian Haji melalui digitalisasi. Ya, relasinya pertama saya ingin menggambarkan dari portal Haji Saudi yang terus berubah dan sedang di-develop terus, itu relasinya ada dua. Pertama kepada G2G. Ya, G2G kepada Kementerian Agama, ini Pak Hanif jalurnya, dari Kementerian Agama dibagi menjadi PPHI, ya, Panitia Penyelenggara Haji Indonesia, dan PIHK, Haji Khusus. Dari PIHK dan PPHI inilah baru kepada jamaah. Jadi masih ada relasi G to G to B to C. Dalam waktu dekat relasinya menjadi B to G to B kalau Kementerian Agama sebagai penyelenggara, masih sebagai penyelenggara. Karena ke depan dalam waktu dekat tidak lagi dari Kementerian Haji. Kementerian Haji hanya menetapkan kuotanya saja, tapi bisnisnya langsung dengan pihak muasasah yang selama ini kita kenal, yang sudah berubah menjadi syarikah, sudah menjadi bisnis lagi di sananya, Pak. Maka menjadi unik relasinya kalau tidak berubah di Indonesianya, dari B di Saudi menjadi G di Indonesia karena Kementerian Agama, baru kepada B kalau haji khusus, baru ke jamaah. Itu relasi. Yang kedua, dan ini adalah masa depan. Ya, masa depannya dari portal haji itu sendiri itu langsung kepada B. Sekarang baru ada Plainas, tapi beberapa perusahaan lain sedang menyiapkan diri untuk bisa turut di dalam penyiapan akomodasi, transportasi, bahkan termasuk visa. Karena visa seperti di dalam umroh itu sudah termasuk jadi syaratnya untuk terbit visa harus ada akomodasi dan harus ada transportasi ditambah dengan visa dan servis. Itu di dalam umroh sekarang sudah terjadi. Tadi diterangkan dari pihak Saudi menerangkan bahwa dulu kami itu harus bikin kontrak, membayar kurang lebih 1 miliar Pak untuk jaminan di Saudi. Jaminannya sudah dihapus. Saudi tidak ingin ada banyak hambatan, yang penting segera masuk banyak pilgrimnya kepada Saudi. Dan kemudian sekarang kontraknya sudah mulai dihapus. Tadi ada B2B dalam 2 tipe. Yang terakhir yang akan terus berkembang adalah menjadi virtual agent. External agent yang di luar Saudi itu cukup dengan virtual agent. Begitu sepakat di antara 2B, maka terjadilah itu relasi dan kemudian bisa memberangkatkan jamaah umroh. Seandainya Kementerian Agama di bawah Direktur Jenderal Haji Khusus dan Umroh dan Haji Khusus tidak segera menyesuaikan, maka saya yakin semua yang dibikin itu hanya akan menjadi museum saja Pak Hanif. Karena relasi bisnisnya sudah terlanjur jauh oleh Saudi dibikin menjadi B2C. Gitu. Pak Koko dalam sementara lelah banget nih. Pengen umroh. Pengen umrohnya kapan? Hari Jumat. Gitu kan, minta cuti atau sedang libur nasional nih. Langsung buka Pak portalnya, Bapak bisa daftar tanpa sepengetahuan atasan, bisa berangkat dan hari Minggu sudah tiba di Indonesia. Karena Pak Koko berangkat hari Jumat, datang malam. Besoknya pagi-paginya sudah tiba di Mekah, umroh, ikut Jumatan, malamnya masih menginap, hari Sabtunya Bapak pakai Haramain Trench, kereta api cepat, pagi-pagi ziarah Rasul, sorenya sudah tiba di Mekah, besoknya sudah bilang hari Minggu, malam Senin sudah tiba di Jakarta. Itulah umroh yang akan masa depan. Dan haji juga sudah akan terjadi. Karena haji sekarang nih Pak Hanif, haji Saudi sudah menyiapkan satu syarikah di mana untuk haji semacam furodah, dia menyiapkan, ya, walaupun harganya masih sangat mahal, dia menyiapkan paket hanya dalam 12 hari, maaf. Berangkat tanggal 6 Zulhijjah, mendarat di Madinah, 2 malam di Madinah, tanggal 8 masuk ke Mekah, dia kemudian tawaf kudum, ya, atau kalau mutamatu dia kemudian tawaf umroh, ya. Nah kemudian tanggal 8 langsung masuk ke Mina, mabit, besoknya ke Arafah, 2 hari kemudian ada di Mina, bolak-balik di hotel, ya, karena di Minanya sudah disiapkan suatu lounge yang nyaman, tidak beda jauh seperti ini, kursinya juga nggak beda jauh. Cukup 6 jam atau 8 jam di Mina, balik lagi ke hotel di Mekah, sampai dengan tanggal 14, dia sudah bisa balik lagi ke Indonesia. Harganya lumayan Pak Prof. Ahyar. Mereka mulai menjual dengan harga 400.000 real. 1 orang. Dan 1 negara hanya dibatasi 35 orang dulu. Ini akan insya Allah dalam tahun ini Pak, tahun depan. 14.4 tahun ini Hijriah, tahun depan. Itu adalah masa depan haji. Itu juga masa depan umroh. Maka kami dari Forum 1 ingin mengajak semua stakeholder haji dan umroh. Ayo kita duduk bersama. Jangan masing-masing pada bikin dengan cara berpikirnya masing-masing. Perbankan, ada Pak Purnomo di sini, bikin juga aplikasinya. BSI bikin sendiri aplikasinya. Kemenag saja Haji Pintar, saya belum tahu apakah sudah nyambung dengan yang di launching oleh BPKH pagi ini. Saya yakin tidak. Karena masing-masing masih berangkat dari tempat duduknya masing-masing. Kita belum berbicara ekosistem. Jadi kami dari Forum 1 sangat menyambut bagaimana pembicaraan digitalisasi dan ekosistem di dalam haji sudah mulai dibuka oleh BPKH. Mudah-mudahan diikuti oleh pihak Kementerian Agama dan juga bapak-bapak partner kami di perbankan. Baik, kita lanjutkan. Ya, di dalam umroh sudah nyata seperti ini, ya, sudah B2C, jadi mudah sekali seperti tadi yang saya terangkan. Kalau Pak Koko mau berangkat, bahkan Pak Hanif pun juga, Mas Emir kalau mau berangkat, gampang Pak. 3 hari bisa bolak-balik. Lanjut. Ya, inilah benefit daripada digitalisasi. Yang pertama tentu bagi jamaah dia akan mendapatkan biaya murah. Karena apa? Seluruh middleman itu akan terpangkas. Dia akan langsung dengan aplikasi yang menyediakan harga dan dia bisa window shopping mana yang paling murah, yang paling cocok tanggalnya dan fasilitasnya sangat mudah. Ya, di sini ada dari Pak Ustadz dari FKKBH. Pak, ini adalah masa depan Bapak, Pak. Kami jujur takut, Pak, PPIU ini akan dilibas oleh KBIHU. Karena apa? Mereka, para ustadz di daerah-daerah, sesungguhnya yang memegang jamaah. Begitu mereka kemudian tahu bagaimana digitalisasi terjadi, maka jamaah kepada ustadz ngambil aplikasi, dan dia ngambil langsung kepada muasasah yang ada di Saudi. Selamat jalan Pak Arta. PPIU-nya dalam ancaman, tapi mudah-mudahan bisa bertahan. Ini peringatan Pak, peringatan boleh didengar, boleh tidak. Yang pertama adalah biaya murah bagi jamaah maupun bagi penyelenggara. Dulu Pak Prana itu mencari dulu wholesaler hotel, wholesaler tiket. Sekarang nggak perlu Pak, langsung aja. Hotelnya sudah akan masuk di dalam aplikasi yang di dalam manasah yang ada di dalam makom yang ke depan dipakai nusuk. Jadi orang penyelenggara umroh itu akan dengan cepat mengetahui hotel mana dan harganya yang sedang promo yang mana. Itu yang akan terjadi. Yang kedua adalah menjadi lebih akurat. Pak Koko pesan hotel ini sekian malam dan cukup pakai Haramain Express, tidak menginap di Madinah, maka persis seperti itulah yang dipesan. Gitu. Tidak ada lagi konfirmasi Bapak pakai bednya apa, twin atau double dan sebagainya. Karena sebegitu Bapak entry, maka semua pemesanan akan terpenuhi secara, itulah digitalisasi. Dan itu sudah mulai, beberapa travel sudah mulai menggunakan itu. Jadi satu kali entry jamaah, maka kemudian oleh pihak muasasah di Saudi sudah tertangkap apa pemesanannya. Kemudian tentu mudah. Ya, murah, mudah dan akurat. Ya, mudah karena tadi Pak Hanif sudah menyampaikan bagaimana mudahnya. Baru mendaftar haji saja udah. Apalagi umroh itu lebih ribet Pak. Dan haji khusus lebih ribet lagi. Gitu. Tapi Pak, kami ya sudah 5 tahun menyelenggarakan haji Purodah, itu tinggal dapat kuotanya, masukkan username, masukkan PIN-nya, ya, password-nya. Kemudian masukkan nama Bapak, Pak Koko masukkan namanya, kemudian selesai karena paketnya sudah tersedia, tidak suka kita upgrade paketnya, Bapak sudah berangkat. Hanya dalam 1 minggu Bapak bisa berangkat haji. Itu yang terjadi dalam 5 tahun terakhir. Baik, bagi regulator itu tentu Pak Hanif akan sangat mudah memonitor. Jika terintegrasi Pak, kalau Bapak hanya bikin haji pintar seperti tadi, BPKH hanya bisa bikin tadi yang laporan keuangannya saja, tidak nyambung juga dengan perbankan dan PIHK, maka ini akan menjadi sulit. Kenapa sekarang pihak daerah meminta peran? Karena mereka ingin memonitor yang dari kabupaten kota kami berapa orang, kan gitu kan Pak Hanif ya. Tapi dengan digital ini monitoringnya betul menjadi sangat mudah. Tentu dengan sangat mudah juga dalam pengelolaannya ya bagi regulator baik BPKH. Nah sekarang BPKH apa? BPKH saya juga ingin, kalau tadi saya mengancam Pak Arta sebagai penyelenggara umroh dan haji, ini lampu merah atau lampu kuning buat BPKH karena tadi digambarkan oleh Pak Koko biaya hajinya sudah tembus 100 juta, masih dalam angka 100.000 kemarin, sudah jebol 3 triliun. Tahun depan Kementerian Agama berharap minta penuh. Saya tidak tahu apakah BPKH juga berharap yang sama. Karena resiko yang akan dihadapi dan dibayar double. Bagaimana mencarinya? Apa harus menekan Pak Purnomo lagi dari 7-8% minta 12%? Kan mustahil Pak. Nggak mungkin Pak Koko ya. Gitu. Nah, ekosistem dalam digital ini, dengan digital ini, salah satu alternatif bagi BPKH yang di dalam tornya mengharapkan bagaimana kontinuitas, kesinambungan, kelangsungan BPKH. Jangan sampai hanya dalam sekian tahun ke depan sudah dikhawatirkan, kan gitu Pak Ahyar ya. Ini ya itu sudah yang sudah kenal sudah tahulah tahun berapa gitu kan hitung-hitungannya.
Nah tentu kita harus sama-sama berpikir, jangan kemudian berharap BPKH segera kehabisan dananya, tapi kita ingin sama-sama membangun ekosistem haji ini supaya sustain itunya bagus semuanya gitu, perbankannya bagus, BPK-nya bagus, Kementerian Agama, PIHK-nya bagus, itu menjadi tugas bersama dan tidak cukup dengan seperti ini. Harus sering duduk dalam satu meja dan tidak egois. Termasuk mohon maaf kepada Kementerian Agama dan juga BPKH yang banyak duitnya itu. Ya. Jadi ini menjadi lahan investasi, Pak. Bapak Ibu sekalian, Bapak-bapak lebih paham BPKH maupun juga di perbankan. Yang saya bayangkan adalah bagaimana terjadi satu kondisi win-win, dua-duanya bisa hidup dan bisa langgeng. Itu yang kita harapkan. Nanti lebih jauh kita duduk bersama ya Pak Prof. Yang terakhir tentu juga dalam pengelolaan jamaah, kemudahan, bagaimana pengembalian kepada PIHK dan sebagainya. Itulah digitalisasi manfaatnya dari sedikit lagi, boleh? Lanjut. Ya, ini flow-nya supaya bisa sama-sama dipahami oleh seluruh stakeholder. Inilah yang kami harapkan bahwa digitalisasinya mulai dari pembuatan paket. Di Saudi ada umrah provider menyiapkan akomodasi, visa, kemudian transportasi, meals, kemudian ada asuransi dan sebagainya. Di Indonesia sebelah kanannya warna hijau yang disebut dengan external agent dan bisa dilakukan secara virtual, itu hanya tinggal melengkapi tiket, kemudian perlengkapan dan tour leader kalau diperlukan. Dari situ kemudian jamaah dia akan memilih paket mana yang sesuai dan kemudian di Saudi akan ketemu dengan servicesnya, mutawibnya apa dan sebagainya. Inilah yang harus dibicarakan secara bersama, tidak bisa sendiri-sendiri. Para asosiasi umroh juga nggak punya duit banyak untuk membangun digitalisasi ini. Lanjut sedikit lagi, ada satu halaman idea untuk BPKH. Terakhir saja, lanjut.
Next slide.
Oke, ini challenge-nya, tapi tadi sudah terbahas lah, nanti kita bahas lagi. Terakhir saja, karena Kang Emir sudah ngeliat-liat saya terus. Halaman terakhir, dilanjut.
Next.
Ya, inilah ide, usulan, gagasan dari Forum 1. Pertama adalah Pak Prof Ahyar, coba mulai dipikirkan BPKH mempunyai digital bank tanpa mengurangi peran dari bank-bank yang menjadi peserta. Bisa dilibatkan sesungguhnya semuanya, tapi dengan digital bank, dan ini menjadi tren bank ke depan, jamaah haji cuma 5 juta Pak. Sementara bapak-bapak yang diperbankan mikirnya udah 250 juta. Mungkin nggak tahu 100 juta sekian mungkin konsumennya. Tapi jamaah haji cuma 5 juta dan itu close tertutup gitu Pak. Jadi proses itu sangat dimungkinkan karena apa? Bisa kemudian di samping melakukan mengakomodir setoran, tapi juga bisa mengelola dan kemudian mendistribusikannya lagi. Di dalam ekosistem yang kami paling protes kepada BPKH adalah nilainya sekarang udah tembus angka 150 triliun. Kami protes juga kepada partner-partner kami perbankan. Pertanyaannya, dari 150 triliun setelan haji, yang notabene mereka juga adalah jamaah umroh, berapa persen dananya yang kembali kepada ekosistem haji? Kami pada saat pandemi kemarin, itu di blacklist Pak oleh perbankan, tidak dapat kredit karena dianggap travel yang paling susah pada saat pandemi. Sementara kami yang mengantarkan uang jamaah kepada Bapak maupun juga kepada bank. Tapi dalam keadaan susah, kami ditinggalkan dan tidak bisa mengambil kredit. Padahal itu yang paling diperlukan. Ini ekosistemnya masih rusak. Harus diperbaiki bersama. Supaya apa? Supaya sustainable. Yang kedua, kami juga mengharapkan BPKH membuat dan menjadi agregator dari aplikasi yang ada. Menyatukan semua aplikasi yang ada dari dunia perbankan, dari travel, dari asosiasi, dari Kemenak dan sebagainya. Itu sangat dimungkinkan ada di BPKH. Dari uang 150 terkumpul, entah nanti itu dalam bentuk investasi atau entah itu dalam bentuk biaya, rasanya 5-10 miliar terlalu kecil untuk menyiapkan sustainability BPKH
untuk ke depan lebih jauh dan bersama-sama dengan kami di penyelenggara. Sekian dari saya, terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Bapak Haji Muharram Ahmad, for your lovely presentation. Yeah, I believe that you came out with ideas to improve Hajj ecosystem. Yeah, among them is an integrated platform. Yeah, especially digital platform for all. You know, as you know that here in Indonesia, for one matter we have maybe 1,000 applications. So your idea is how to integrate all those applications into an integrated platform. That's right, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay, we have listened to all the speakers, and now we are moving to our next session, which is question and answer session. I would like to wow, yeah, thank you very much. Maybe for the first session, I will choose 3 participants, maybe one from here, and then in the middle, and maybe that side, to be fair. Is there any question from that side? No? Okay, yourself. Yeah. So we'll start from okay.
Okay. My name is Zakaria Muhammad. I'm from Nigeria. So,
Mr. Muhammad?
Yeah, Muhammad. Yeah. So I would like to align myself with the last presenter on the idea of having an integrated, what's it called, like ecosystem for all the digital system. Because what you can see right now is there are almost 3 or 4 different systems used in Indonesia for the enrollment, payment, and then online registration and other like mobile apps, smart Hajj. And I don't know if currently there is an interface whereby data from one system can actually migrate to the other system without duplicating the entire process. That's the first question. Now, the second question is, I don't know, but we have a peculiar problem. I don't know if that applies to you or you've already overcome that problem, that after you've registered your pilgrims on your online system, you have to do the same process on the Saudi Arabia portal for Hajj. I don't know if you've overcome that problem, challenge. If you have, I would like you to share some quick notes with us on that issue. And then the last question I have is with regards to the B2B, the Umrah system. I don't know if who this question should be directed to, but the question I have here is, do they have provision for regulators to also be on the system, the one offered by the Saudi Ministry of Hajj? Do regulators also have access to the system so that they can manage what companies from their countries do on the system? Or they will be given maybe an interface, something like a handshake, so that they can interface with that system to see or to have an oversight of what companies do? So these are the 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Muhammad. Maybe to the right first, because actually he's the first. Yeah, please.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah wabarakatuh.
My question is to
your name, brother?
Ishaq Ibrahim Jai is my name. My question is to the first speaker from India, the Hajj Committee of India, as well as the second speaker. The Indian Hajj management system and also the Cisco Hajj that you have here in Indonesia, are they systems that are accessible to everybody or only to those who subscribe? Then to my question to Mr. Shakir, I don't know if he's still around.
Yeah, I would like to inform you that Mr. Shakir is unfortunately leaving because due to the time difference.
Time difference, okay.
Yeah, in Saudi Arabia is now Jum'ah prayer.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, Alhamdulillah. Okay, I will just step down that question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. And last, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My name is Aliu Tanko from Nigeria.
Sir Ali, eh?
Yes.
Aliu or Ali?
Aliu.
Yeah, because from Nigeria, Muhammadu, Aliu, like that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Aliu. I have 2 questions and 1 suggestion. The first question is to the brother from the ministry. I would like to know, because the way he presented suggests or confuse me as to at which point an applicant will be registered in the queue. Is it at the point of submitting his application, or at the point of making the payment, or when the ministry comes to sort out? Because it seems having payment from 20 different banks, it's not easy to have a real queue. So I want to find out at which point is and how transparent can that be? That if I am the first to write application, probably I was the first also to send my money, my payment to the bank. Maybe 20 or 20 people may put their money almost at the same time. While somebody is putting in bank A, another one is putting in bank B, another is like that. So how do we sort out to know who comes first and who is first on the queue? This is my first question. My second question, I think one of my colleagues already answered. Then mentioned. Then my second question is, or rather suggestion, is with all this, the issue of digitalization, as we can hear from, particularly from the last speaker, suggests that the whole world, Muslim world, need to come together on this subject. And then together discuss, find solution, and approach Saudi Arabia to harmonize. Otherwise, there will be a lot of challenges. We are seeing digitalization. I'm seeing from layman's position that a lot of people will be deprived of this right. I'm sure there are a lot of islands here that you have very, in terms of knowledge, very low who cannot easily follow up or assess all these facilities and so on. For us in Nigeria, we have majority or good number of our intending pilgrims are coming from rural areas, and they are not educated. And they are, in most cases, majority in going to Hajj or going to Umrah. So when you bring this issue of digitalization and then impose it at once, then there will be challenges. We should expect really challenges. So we need to really come together, speak with one voice, and approach Saudi for them to take it easy, at least to take it gradually, as the case may be. I rest my case. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi
wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We have 3 questions from our brothers. All of them are from Nigeria, Brother Muhammadu and Brother Ishaq, yes, and Brother Aliyu. I think you are the center, Pak Muharram, so I'll give you a chance to answer or to address their question first. Yeah? Okay.
Yang pertama dari Muhammad ya. Muhammadu. Dia tadi lebih menekannya ke jawab keseluruhan aja ya. Baik, nanti biar Mas Emir terjemahkan ya secara baik, karena bahasa Inggris saya tidak beda jauh dengan bahasa Jawa. Baik, Mr. Muhammad and Mr. Mr. Ali. Pertama, dalam konteks haji dan umroh itu kan diselenggarakan di Saudi Arabia.
So you need to remember that, oh, they have already the facilities.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I don't need to
Good.
translate.
Baik.
Thank you.
Jadi kita paham haji dan umroh ada di Saudi Arabia. Jadi seluruh aturan yang ada di Saudi Arabia harus kita accept, harus kita terima, harus kita adoption, kita adaptasi. Oke? Nah, karenanya menjadi aneh jika kita membuat aplikasi di masing-masing negara yang itu berangkatnya dari kepentingan negara yang bersangkutan saja, harus mengikuti terhadap regulasi dan digitalisasi yang sedang dilakukan oleh Saudi Arabia. Baru match, barulah apa yang akan diinginkan oleh jamaah haji dan jamaah umroh yang diharapkan dari sisi kenyamanannya, dari sisi harga, dari sisi fasilitas, dan dari sisi keamanan itu bisa terpenuhi. Harus dipastikan bahwa setiap jamaah, baik haji maupun umroh, itu menerima layanan, menerima fasilitas, dan menerima seluruh aspek yang diharapkan oleh jamaah dari sebelumnya. Karena itulah kenapa ekosistem haji dan umroh di masing-masing negara harus mengikuti ekosistem yang sudah terbangun di Saudi Arabia. Itu resiko karena hanya di Saudi Arabia kita menjalankan haji dan umroh. Itu dulu. Bagaimana?
Thank you, Mr. Muharram. I think it's clear enough his answer. Mr. Abdullah Kuti, are you still there on Zoom? Because there is a question from Brother Ishaq. I think it should be addressed by you. Oh, Brother Ishaq, unfortunately, Mr. Abdullah Kuti has left us. Sorry ya. Maybe Pak Hanif, ya.
Terima kasih, Mr. Ali, terkait pertanyaannya bagaimana terkait dengan pendaftaran. Jadi di sini saya sampaikan bahwa terkait dengan Haji Pintar itu adalah di bawah Siskohat kita dan sudah terintegrasi dengan perbankan dan BPKH. Jadi begitu jamaah membayar, maka sudah terintegrasi ketiga jalur tadi dan mendapatkan nomor porsi. Di mana di Indonesia ini menganut sistem first come first serve. Jadi siapa yang mendaftar duluan dia akan diberikan pelayanan duluan. Dan itu diinterpretasikan melalui nomor porsi yang muncul ketika jamaah haji itu membayar di perbankan. Dan siapa yang bayar duluan maka nomor urutnya akan mendapat nomor urut yang lebih awal. Seperti itu. Jadi tidak ada ketika melalui bank A misalnya biar lebih cepat atau bank B tidak lebih cepat dan sebagainya. Jadi semua melalui sistem, begitu terbaca di sistem kita maka dia akan mendapat pelayanan yang pertama. Tidak mengenal dari bank mana dan sebagainya. Dan ini sudah terintegrasi melalui Siskohat kita dan Siskeu di BPKH kita. Jadi sudah terintegrasi seperti itu. Kemudian ini juga sekaligus menjawab pertanyaan di Zoom. Bagaimana jika sudah mendaftar namun belum 25 juta? Nah ini bagi kami ketika jemaah belum sampai 25 juta, ini artinya jemaah baru menabung. Tadi saya sampaikan dari pembicara setelah saya, Pak Koko, maaf. Jadi jamaah itu bisa menabung, kemudian setelah 25 juta baru mendaftarkan. Nah itu seperti itu. Ketika nanti sudah mendaftarkan dan menerima bukti setoran awal dari bank, dari BPSBB, maka bisa melakukan pendaftaran di tadi, Haji Pintar tadi, atau melalui Kemenak yang ada di kabupaten kota seluruh Indonesia. Jadi tidak hanya melalui Haji Pintar, tapi bagi jemaah yang belum mengenal tentang teknologi bisa mendaftar di kantor-kantor Kementerian Agama di seluruh Indonesia. Tadi mungkin juga ditanyakan oleh Mr. Ali. Mungkin saya.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Hanif. Pak Koko, you want to add something?
Makasih. Sedikit tadi tentang bagaimana kondisi Indonesia yang kepulauan banyak dan untuk daerah-daerah rural mungkin akan dicontoh oleh teman-teman di Nigeria gitu ya. Satu hal bahwa literasi dan edukasi digitalisasi di Indonesia sangat masif karena kita diuntungkan dengan jumlah penduduk muda yang usia produktif yang sangat tinggi. Sebagai informasi, kepemilikan handphone di Indonesia itu hampir 1,5 kali lipat ya, hampir 450 juta handphone, sementara nomornya itu udah hampir mendekati jumlah penduduk, sehingga literasi edukasinya untuk di Indonesia secara digital itu sangat-sangat masif ya. Itu yang menguntungkan kami walaupun kami negara kepulauan. Itu sedikit. Terima kasih.
Thank you. I think 5 menit lagi. Do we still time? Okay, we still have 5 minutes before we have to end the session. Maybe I will open the second session of question and answer. You want to get? Okay, please, Brother Aliu.
Alhamdulillah that we remember this point because it's very, very important to us in Nigeria. You know, in Nigeria we just started Hajj 7 scheme, the like of this, but I'm getting some issues to understand this very particular question. You keep mentioning 25 rupiah. Million, 25 million, yes, 25 million as a deposit before you qualify to be on the queue. Are you saying that this 25 million is the only payment you are going to do, or along the way you will be making additional payments and so on? So this is the clarification,
Yes.
sir.
Yeah,
Sorry.
your question is very clear and Pak Hanif will answer it.
Oke, Mr. Ali. Jadi jemaah ketika mendaftar memang dia hanya membayar 25 juta. Hanya membayar 25 juta. Dan ini dikelola oleh BPKH, Badan Pengelola Keuangan Haji, BPKH. Ini nanti akan mengolah dana itu sehingga dana itu bisa diinvestasikan. Nah, pada saat nanti jamaah akan berangkat, jamaah diminta untuk membayar kembali kekurangan biaya yang ditetapkan oleh pemerintah, berapa biaya untuk melaksanakan ibadah haji tahun berjalan, pelunasan. Jadi ada namanya pelunasan pembayaran biaya perjalanan ibadah haji pada saat jamaah akan berangkat ke Arab Saudi. Jadi kekurangannya itu nanti akan dibayarkan oleh jamaah ketika jamaah akan berangkat ke Arab Saudi. Tentu saja dikurangi dari nilai manfaat yang telah dikelola oleh BPKH sebagai investasi.
Is it clear, Brother Rai? Yeah. Yeah. And since it has been invested by BPKH, then normally the potential pilgrim will get some benefits from the investment. And the difference you need to pay, the government will determine the actual cost of Hajj, and then 25 million plus your benefits from the investment, and you deduct with the cost, that's what you need to top up. Is it clear? Yeah, get that. Thank you. Masih ada? Masih bisa? Finish. Okay, it seems we are running out of the time. So this is the end of our session. Let us. Boleh nggak? Oke, Pak, nggak apa-apa, Pak. Satu aja, Pak. Boleh, Pak.
This is regarding the 100% what the idea of coming from the Forum 1, we agree. This is the big important idea that we have to sit together to think over the next. But what we are worried about digitalization. Talking about benefit, we understood. Yeah. The problem is because everything is very easy with this kind of digitalization. And then the more people coming to register, you can imagine now in Indonesia 25, we have to wait.
26.
26, sorry. In Malaysian 170 something. You can imagine by having this kind of digitalization, more people already there, the money is already there. When the regulation in Saudi Arabia change very extreme, you can imagine what kind of extreme can be. There is no more quota. Everything is already open. So how to overcome? Yeah, when the next 2 years from now, the Saudi, because very extreme, they open the regulation. Whoever from all the world coming for Hajj, let's say, they are okay. There is no limitation. There is no quota. The quota only for the certain package is like this. Whoever from the South, from the USA, from Indonesia, or from other countries coming, please, you pay, you get the point. So what happened? The 1,000 people is already in the queue. This is just for the reminder about the very good digitalization, but we have to think over about for the next. Thank you.
So, anyone here wants to address the issue? Maybe Pak. Silakan Pak.
Coba.
Ya.
Izin
Pak
Pak.
Koko.
Ya. Memang kalau kita melihat dari Indonesia akan jadi problem ketika itu dibuka. Tetapi ini adalah problem solution bagi Arab Saudi ketika haji dan umroh itu adalah bagian dari peningkatan devisa mereka. Itu kuncinya ada di sana. Sehingga akan ketemu titik elaborasi angka pasnya seperti apa untuk kuota tersebut. Feeling saya seperti itu. Memang resikonya nanti yang problem adalah jemaah lagi karena biayanya akan meningkat. Haji plus sama haji furoda akan diperbanyak. Itu ketakutan saya gitu sih Pak. Jujur terus terang. Terima kasih.
Baik. Saya sedikit tambahkan ya. Ini bagian daripada harapan sekaligus juga analisis Pak Arta. Kita benar-benar bersyukur ada informasi terbaru yang dikeluarkan kemarin, dipublish oleh Saudi Gazette. Bagaimana Indonesia melampaui Pakistan dalam umroh. Ya. Indonesia itu dalam 20 tahun terakhir itu hanya menempati kedua dan ketiga dengan rata-rata pertumbuhan, cakupan, cerukannya itu hanya 12%. Tapi tahun ini dari 1,2 juta yang umroh, Indonesia 25%-nya atau 330 dan melampaui Pakistan yang hanya menempati 17.000. Nah, ini barangkali juga sekaligus dengan tadi yang disampaikan oleh Pak Arta. Jika terjadi di dalam haji, seperti apa? Persis Pak Koko sampaikan, saya salut walaupun orang bank tapi bisa menganalisa ke situ. Dunia sedang menghadapi krisis dan kita berharap Indonesia bisa melewatinya. Jadi, dengan apa yang dilakukan oleh Saudi Arabia, kita berharap Kementerian Agama benar-benar memanfaatkan kondisi sekarang ini. Ada dua hal Pak Hanif. Pertama adalah ada inisiatif dari DPR yang juga didorong oleh Forum 1 untuk segera melakukan penyesuaian terhadap undang-undang haji dan umroh. Kalau ini tidak terjadi Pak, kita hanya akan menghadapi kondisi dari tahun ke tahun berikut. dalam 5 tahun terakhir yang saya ikuti, penawaran 10.000 kuota dari Saudi tidak pernah bisa kita manfaatkan karena terhambat oleh undang-undang yang Kementerian Agama tidak bisa melakukannya untuk bisa segera memanfaatkan itu. Yang padahal daftar antrian kita sudah tembus sampai angka 25 rata-rata. 26 tahun itu rata-rata Mas Emir ya. Karena ada yang sampai 40 tahun kan Pak ya daftar tunggunya. Jadi kita berharap atau saran kami adalah segera duduk bersama, bahkan bila perlu dengan parlemen, dan segera merevisi dan meratifikasi undang-undang menyesuaikan dengan perubahan regulasi yang dikeluarkan oleh Saudi. Itu barangkali kesempatan yang ini saya sampaikan. Terima kasih.
Thank you Pak Koko and Pak Muharram. I think the time is running out already. We know already that we need to end this session. We hope after attending the session, we can strengthen our synergy in the development of digitalization and inclusivity of Hajj ecosystem. Again, I would like to thank all of you. First, of course, to all speakers who already share with us their insight and thoughts, and also to the participants, especially our brothers from Nigeria, Muhammadu, Aliyu, Ishaq. Yeah, thank you for your active participation. And to all, let us end this session by saying hamdalah, hamdulillahi rabbil alamin, and doa kafaratul majlis, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please come on stage and do the photo session together, all the speaker and moderator. Okay, together, do the photo session. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Nice. Wah, oke. Semangat. Jempolnya belum ada nih jempol. Nah. Thank you very much for all the speaker in the second session of discussion. Barakallahu fikum, jazakumullah khair. You may all be seated, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of the second session of our panel discussion. Before we continue to the next agenda, allow me to wrap up the discussion. An integrated platform is the way to be more effective and efficient in managing Umrah and Hajj services. There's a lot of digitalization benefit for the programs, regulator, and also BPKH, such as low cost, easy to access, monitoring and managing, investment, and others. But still, we need to sit together to face the challenge and obstacle in managing the next form of fund and quantities per year, so everyone can have the opportunities to do Hajj. Now we proceed to the next agenda to end this event. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Akhyar Adnan as a member of Supervisory Board to deliver the closing remarks. Kepada Bapak Akhyar Adnan, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. All the brothers, especially my colleague from Nigeria, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahilladzi hadana lihadza wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadana. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh la nabiyya ba'dah. Alhamdulillah, finally we can conclude to this session after about 1 day tiring meeting and discussing a lot of things, especially under the topic that we are discussing today. So now we come to the end of the session where I'm asked to conclude what we have discussed so far. My brothers and sisters, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, brothers and sisters, representative of government institution, Hajj mission, and financial institution. We had held the session of the Islamic Investment Forum successfully. This session was held as a part of the Indonesian Sharia Economic Festival, or ISEF 2020, organized by Bank Indonesia, or Bank Sentral, the Central Bank of Indonesia, and Indonesia Hajj Fund Management Agency, or BPKH. I believe that during the day, all of us have obtained a fruitful discussion in this fourth ISEF 2020, with the theme of digitalization and inclusivity of Hajj ecosystem. We have learned a lot from the keynote session, interactive workshop by speakers who share their interesting work. The speakers have presented their ideas in this intensive session, covering key takeaways on first, current practice and digital transformation of Hajj operation, digitalization of Hajj fund management or in BPKH, and also Hajj investment. I would like to briefly to review some of the main points aired during our discussion today. Pak Hilman or Prof. Hilman Latif, Director General of Hajj and Umrah from the Ministry of Religious Affairs, has been developed. He said that the institution has been developing an integrated Hajj computerized system to improve connectivity among ministry, BPKH, banks, and pilgrims. The development of the digital environment will help to provide better service to pilgrims, manage sustainable Hajj financing system, and allow more domestic companies to participate. Our brother from from Nigeria, Mr. Al-Haji Zikrullah Kuni Hassan, who is chairman of executive officer, National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, or NASCON, emphasized the need for collaboration to improve Hajj management system among countries. This is to provide the efficient and effective service to pilgrims. Another challenge in the increasing of Hajj costs that should be discussed between KSA and the Muslim countries. As we have known that recently this year, we are shocked by the sudden cost increase about 4 times of the Masyair cost, from 2,500 until 6,000, which is shocking, not only us, but all the Hujjaj, I believe. And then my brother, Dr. Benny Wicaksono from BPKH, also emphasized the need to do the digital transformation in BPKH to survive and grow from this disruption technology. BPKH has to manage 5 million registrants and to educate about 13 Hajj candidates, where 60% of them are in rural areas and not yet reached digitally. This is another issue that we have to think about. Then Mr. Ahmad Permana, CEO of the Bank Muamalat, highlighted the significant development of digital technology has pushed the financial service sector to continue to innovate by providing increasingly quality and efficient financial services by utilizing the digital technology. The digitalization of financial services allows more opportunities for smaller banks to compete with larger size banks. The Sharia banks has opportunity to grow further because of that. And then my brother, Mr. Shakir Ahmed Hamid Al-Hutaili from Bilad of Haramain from Saudi Arabia also talk about or show us his vision in Hajj and Umrah to provide more opportunity for the largest possible number of Muslims to perform Hajj and Umrah, especially with the vision of 2030, as we have just now heard already. Then my brother Abdullah Kuti from India also talk about support the Saudi Arabia government to utilize the Hajj process, the implementation in India, including in the use of application to record information about pilgrims such as flight, arrangement, health information, and accommodation. Then Pak Anif from the Ministry of Religious Affairs also says in recent years, Ministry of Religious Affairs has also innovated easier system for Hajj for registrants by online registration service through Hajj Pintar or Smart Hajj application. And then my brother, Dr. Gunawan, Indra Gunawan from BPKH, also shared the Hajj investment strategy in BPKH. The portfolio is mainly allocated in the high quality and risk-free assets. BPKH also start to provide to have impact investment, such microfinancing in PNM and infrastructure. Then Mr. Koko Chatur Rahmadi from BJB Sharia also talked about way digital era give opportunities to financial institutions to provide innovative facilities and services that could be delivered to society related to Hajj and Umrah services. Last but not least, the critical one, my brother Muharram has also shown or suggested to us to do more integrated system, not only from one side, but from the whole side, so that all people will be benefiting for this kind of system, inshallah. So we believe so far that this is the time to work together, to collaborate, to be stronger among us, inshallah. Because all these are our problem, inshallah. Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, brothers and sisters, it has never been more time to discuss that digital transformation of in our society, which has also much accelerated during the pandemic. The advancement in technology has brought significant impact, including to the Hajj and Umrah sectors. Technology creates opportunities for people, companies, and communities. The digital transformation, including in the Hajj and Umrah ecosystem, expected to provide better quality services to the pilgrims and also provide more opportunities for society to be involved in the connectivity of digitalization. BPKH, as one of the largest Sharia institutions in Indonesia, expect to enhance further the digitalization in Hajj and Umrah ecosystem. Just also mentioned by Muharram that we can be, what do you call that, the imam of this kind of thing, right? Where we can also invest money for this kind of system. So we wish the benefit of digitalization can be enjoyed by society, particularly by Muslim and Hajj pilgrims. In the near future, BPKH expect synergy with various parties both in Indonesia and abroad, like in Nigeria, India, Pakistan, Egypt, Turkey, and so on and so on. Finally, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of BPKH, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who have come together here, which has enabled us to conduct a highly enlightened discussion. We look forward to seeing you again next year, inshallah, when we shall reconvene and discuss another theme related to the Hajj and Umrah ecosystem, inshallah. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share the brief discussion on this conference. May Allah give us a protection and barakah to all of us and Muslims around the world. Nasr min Allah fatun qarib wa bashiril mu'minin fastabiqul khairat. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Ahyar Adnan. Ladies and gentlemen, our agenda will not be successful without bless from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. So before we end our event today, let us praise our prayer and gratitude led by Mr. Zulhelmi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us wrap our sessions today with a prayer. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless all of us with His mercy. Amin. Liridha'illah wa li syafa'ati rasulillah wa li kulli niyatin salihah. Al-Fatihah. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin arrahmanirrahim maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamda syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamda yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakal syukru kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma ahsina aqibatana fil umuri kulliha wa ajirna min khizid dunya wa adzabil akhirah. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Ya Allah, Ya Alim, Ya Hakim, please bring us out of the darkness of doubt and favor us with the light of comprehension. O Allah, open to us the doors of your mercy and unfold for us the treasure of your knowledge by your grace, O Allah, the most gracious. O Allah, make useful for us what you have taught us and teach us knowledge that will be fruitful for us. O Allah, make our tongue full of your remembrance and our heart full with the love of you. O Allah, you do whatever you wish, and you are our protector and the best of aid. Ya Allah, Ya Fattah, Ya Alim, let our heart be filled with the light and insight and understanding and knowledge. Verily, you control everything. We ask you for beneficial knowledge, perfect understanding, and a sound intellectuality by your mercy, O the most merciful. Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Bifadli subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wait. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere because I have something important to tell you after this. Yes, unfortunately, we are in the end of this event, 4th International Hajj Conference on 9th Indonesia Sharia Economic Festival 2022. We hope that all our discussion can be knowledgeable and insightful for us. Thank you so much for all the great speakers, moderators, and participants, and to all participants who joined us on Zoom and YouTube since this morning. Thank you so much for having me. And I have an information. We have souvenirs to be given to all participants. And interestingly, inside the souvenir, we provide shopping voucher that can be used in Sharia Fest booth upstairs. So enjoy the souvenirs. Yes. Give a round of applause. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. Stay safe and healthy. My name is Megan Ophelia. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kalau keluar. Mau di sini? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly stay at your place because we want to take your picture together. Just like that. Just looking to the stage there. Okay. Please sit down. Please be sit down. It's okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Please raise up, stand up. Stand up aja. Ya. Biar ikutan. Yuk Bapak Ibu, kita dokumentasikan dulu bersama-sama sebelum mulai belanja nanti. Oh, lagi foto. Silakan bergabung Bapak Ibu yang sudah foto, silakan bergabung di sini Pak. Silakan bergabung di sini Pak. Yuk mendekat, come closer. Brother, come closer. Come closer. Yeah. I will join you for a picture. Boleh minta tolong untuk lighting yang di belakang, apa bisa digeser dulu ya? Diturunin dulu sebentar yang di belakang lightingnya Mas. Bisa dibantu? Karena mau foto dulu backlight ya jadinya ya. Ya nggak apa-apa. Boleh dibantu untuk geser sebentar atau dikecilkan lightingnya? Nah udah boleh? Cukup Mas? Oke. Oke. Nah nggak usah. Oke. Smile. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Give your thumb up. Mantap. Mantap. 3, once more. 3, 2, 1. Mantap. Mau bikin video? Mau bikin video nggak? And then last video. This one. Oke. Video. Oke, video. Oke, yeah. Look to the camera. Once again. Okay, once more. Once again here. Look to the camera and say hi. You're on camera. See you again soon. Don't forget to use your shopping voucher. For me? No.